Okay, Assalamu alaikum, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Welcome everybody to another amazing Saturday session, inshallah. I wanted to start with just some good news. I want to highlight some of our superstars here. We try to do a lot of new things here, which shouldn't really be new, but we try to challenge the status quo and elevate knowledge and critical thinking, as we say on our website. We've also we have some new changes to our website, so check it out. It's pretty cool. But one of the things that we're always sort of fighting the tide against is the quality of the knowledge that is put out there. You go to the mosque and you recognize that most of your khutbahs, most of your lectures or talks or things are really put together by people who are not scholars, and it's frustrating. We've definitely talked about that a lot here, but you get the sense that Islam as a hobby is perfectly fine, and that it's okay if it's a dentist or an engineer or a medical doctor who's teaching you your faith. And I think that we've seen here the vast difference in quality when you actually are learning your faith through a scholar. But it has become so rampant that you almost, if you are actually an Islamic scholar and pursuing this field, you are a rarity. I mean, I think people really don't understand why you would dedicate your life to studying Islamic studies or Islamic law or something like that, because also clearly if you look in the academic field, most of the people who fill positions of authority when it comes to Islam and Islamic studies and Islamic law are for the most part not Muslim, which is shocking, because if you are looking at a similar situation, whether it's Buddhist studies, Chinese studies, Jewish studies, Hindu studies, you would not find people who are outside of the faith teaching that particular topic. But when it comes to Islam, that is certainly not the case. So, for us, obviously Dr. Abul Fadl is in a category, by himself. He is a stellar scholar in the secular world, and also in the field of Islam among Muslims. But for young scholars, this is a big challenge. It's a challenge with their families, because oftentimes even their families don't appreciate the sacrifice and the hard work that goes in. And then when they have some accomplishments, it's a very lonely path. I think people don't truly appreciate. So I want to take this moment to honor and highlight and congratulate our stellar scholars, young scholars who are published. Now they have some new publications coming out. This is a big deal. It's a lot of work. It's something that establishes you as a young scholar, and we know that this is a very, very hard road for people in this field. So at a minimum, I want to honor, we just got some good news. Our Dr. Joseph Linhoff, who you've now seen in our introduction, has a new article that was just accepted. It's called A Modern Day Dhahri. Did I say that right? Modern Day Dhahri, The Legal Thought of Muhammad Asad, and it's going to be published in the Muslim World Journal. So that was just accepted. Mabruk, excellent job. Yay. And then our other young scholar who is published here is Rami Kuja, who's getting his PhD at Princeton. And so he had an article that came out, Islamic Legal Reform or Reformation, The Transmutations of Critique and Rumi Ahmed's Sharia Compliant, a user guide to hacking Islamic law. Thank you for writing that, because that book is really, if I could complain just a little bit, the book is called Sharia Compliant, a user's guide to hacking Islamic law. And it's one of these books that comes out that just really requires someone to come in and critique it and put it in its place. And so I think Rami did that. And it's hard because we deal in this field, with Sharia, Islamic law. There's just so much misconception. People can say anything they want, and the vast majority of people have no idea whether it's authentic or not. And so it's hard to find someone who has not just the intelligence and the training to answer it, but also the bravery. Because when you stand up and you critique something, you're not making friends. And especially when the people who are publishing these types of books have a lot of support. It's hard when you come in as the lone voice critiquing something, because you know that the quality is just not there. So it's, alhamdulillah. Rami also has a couple of other forthcoming articles. One is called Islamic Law and Ethics, in Bloomsbury's Sourcebook for Islamic Ethics, and then also forthcoming Rights in Islamic Law in the Routledge Handbook of Islamic Ethics. So Mabruk, both of our superstars, thank you. And actually you did also a review of the Routledge book for Islamic Law too. So, so you can't even keep track of all the things you're publishing. It's like amazing. So anyway, alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. So that's, and again, just to underscore the importance of, really supporting our young scholars, especially through like the project here. They're working hard on Project Illumine, but also on their own work. And so it takes a lot of dedication to be able to produce in the midst of, a lot of other things happening in your life. So, alhamdulillah. Also, I just wanted to share, this is shifting gears a little bit. If you guys watched the introduction from our last halaqah with our dear friend Elaine, it was a really, really touching introduction. And for those who weren't here, this was one of our family friends who has known us since the 90s and was attending our early halaqahs back in 1996. And she came up and gave a really touching introduction about her life and how those halaqahs, how the trajectory of this knowledge has affected her life, and how Project Illumine has meant so much in all of the things that have happened. And so I really recommend you watch it if you haven't already. But what I wanted to share is someone had commented in reaction to that, to watching that, and it was really touching, and I just thought I would share it in comments. Because Elaine was, she's a convert and has been on this journey for 30 years. So it took her 4 years to take Shahada. So she's been a convert officially for 26 years, but she was engaged with Islam for 30. And so this is someone who wrote. So it says, I cry at this video. I'm grateful, alhamdulillah. I became a Muslim when I was 15 and now 49. It's a long, long story, and to sum it up, like others, I just feel a distance between the Islam in my heart and living Islam in a daily basis. It truly is like holding a hot coal. I feel stuck and sad and isolated, like a person on an island by herself. Muslim husbands, community sisters, all failed. That's quite a statement, and surely there were a few who were different. I'm sorry, I know this is jumbled, I'm emotionally exhausted. I see an Islam that I can never seem to grasp, and when I do, I have no community support. It's a very, very lonely place to be. I don't know how to bridge the gap, and as I reflect, maybe it's really after working on my relationship with Allah, doing and being the best person I can be, and accepting what is. I'm so grateful to Allah in regards to the work you're doing. Allah keep you and your family, Sheikh, in blessings, remembrance, and gratitude. Ameen. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, this person is clear around the world. And so I think one of the things that I'm always struck by and touched by is all of the different places around the planet where people will find us and write, and they feel alone, and they're so gratified to find someone who is actually speaking in a way in which they can relate. And my heart really especially goes out to converts, because I know like what a lonely path it is. But it's also lonely for people who are just thoughtful and who are not necessarily converting, but they just have not found a Muslim community that they feel that they can call home. And so I'm always so happy, like when I shared this with the Sheikh, and Sheikh was like, that's really sad. And I always joke, he's half empty and I'm half full. I was like, no, this was really happy because she found us. And it's like one thing when you feel alone and you have nowhere to turn, and it's another thing when you feel alone, but then you've actually found someone where you feel at least you can share a common language, a common sentiment, a common passion. And so, I mean, the only thing that I thank you for writing if you're watching this, and I just want to reach out to everyone else around the world who maybe feels alone and maybe feels like Islam really hasn't done very much for them in terms of what the community has had to offer. But I think what we try to teach here is that, especially through this project, through Project Illumine, that it comes down to really an intuitive faith, a faith that is not about law or figuring out all the little technicalities. I mean, I think it's really rubbish when people think that, oh, somehow you can feel closer to your faith by understanding, what this rule or that rule is supposed to be. I mean, we all know that that does nothing for you. But, and how can you reconnect with the Quran when you don't really know, like, how to reach it? You read it, it doesn't touch your heart, you don't really quite understand it. The way people talk about it is something that you can't really relate to. And that's why I feel like, again, what we're doing here is so special, because when Sheikh unpacks the meaning of this, of the surahs, you understand, you feel it in your heart. There's a visceral reaction. And, like I've said many times, I don't even bother reading the English translation to prepare for these sessions, because even after we go through an entire halaqah, I go back and look at the English translation, and I feel like, okay, that was very different than what I just learned. And even like when I go back, if people have not, subscribed to the weekly email that we send out here, I try to summarize like the surahs that we've covered. And this last week, I just sent out a summary of Surah Kahf. And, like I hadn't looked at that surah for weeks, because we did it back in July. But returning to it and really like trying to even engage it and remember it and like recognize how incredibly touching and, and deep and meaningful it is, and then to be able to like summarize it, it's like you get blown away that, okay, this is something really special that you just can't find anywhere else, and it makes you feel connected to God, to your faith, and to other people who feel passionate about it. So to everyone who feels alone, don't feel alone, because we're in it together, and we're learning together, and we're finding and rediscovering God's words, which were so beautiful. And as we've said before, for early Muslims, they took this message, and they were willing to sacrifice everything to preserve it, and everything to fight for it. And I feel like we're just tasting that, and it's such a blessing and such an honor to be here to receive this knowledge. So thank you so much. I just feel like I always have to say thank you and just express my gratitude, because it's truly just out of this world. And I'm looking forward to another amazing session on Surah Al-Rum. So, inshallah.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Subhanallah al-Ali al-Azim, walhamdulillahi rabbil alameen. اللهم صل وسلم وبارك على محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. اللهم اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي يا رب العالمين. Okay, Surah Al-Rum. Our surah today. Now, first, Surah Al-Rum is an unusual surah because it mentions a historical event at the very beginning of the surah, therefore situating itself historically. And that's uncommon in the Quran. The Quran, especially the Meccan Quran, the Quran in the Meccan period, does not mention contemporaneous events. And often we have reports about when a surah was revealed from other sources that tells so. But Surah Al-Rum, but the mention in the Quran of the historical event is to the defeat of the Sassanids, the Persians. To the victory of the Sassanids, of the Persians over the Byzantines in a battle. And it simply says that the Persians have beat the Byzantines, but in a few years, في بضع سنين, and we'll talk about that in a second, in a few years, the Byzantines will beat the Persians. And so this, as we'll see, turns out to be important in trying to understand when Surah Al-Rum was revealed and placing it in its proper historical progression. Now, we have an abundance of reports that tell us that Surah Al-Rum was revealed after Surah Al-Inshiqaq. And all the reports say that it was revealed in Mecca, and all the reports say it was after the Isra. So that we know. But if Surah Al-Rum was revealed after Surah Al-Inshiqaq, so that would also mean that it was revealed, or likely to have been revealed after Surah Al-Mulk, Al-Haqqa, Al-Ma'arij, Al-Naba, all surah that we've covered. And that would also mean then that Surah Al-Rum was revealed at the very end of the Meccan period. So among the last surahs to be revealed in Mecca. However, at the same time that we have these reports that allow us to say we suspect that this is among the last surah to be revealed in Mecca, we have other reports that claim that Surah Al-Rum was revealed around much earlier. Some reports say that it was even revealed in the 3rd year of Hijrah, which is not likely for many different reasons. But we also have reports that say that it was revealed in the 7th year of Hijrah. And if so, then we can't really say it was revealed after Surah Al-Inshiqaq. Now, does it matter if we know whether it was revealed towards the mid-Meccan period or the end of the Meccan period? It matters in a historical sense, but not as much in terms of understanding what Surah Al-Rum is doing. Because as you notice in the beginning of Surah Al-Rum, where it tells us that the Byzantines have been defeated in a land nearby, في أدنى الأرض. في أدنى الأرض, which means in a close land, in a land that is close. And yet after their defeat, they will prevail في بضع سنين, which means in a few years. And then it says that and on that day the believers shall rejoice. And it's very interesting because when it says on that day the believers shall rejoice about what? The Persians are fighting the Byzantines, and the Byzantines will eventually defeat the Persians. And there's that question of, well, why are the believers going to rejoice when it is a war between two empires that have been fighting each other for a rather very long time? And there are theological implications to this that we'll talk about to see the rather interesting way that the Quranic text interacts with the development of theology, the development of law. But first, to get our bearings a bit, we know that the Hijrah takes place in the year 622 AD. And we also know that Persians, Kisra Thani, or the I forgot what the English word for Kisra. The huh? Oh, Khusra. Yeah. Khusra the second. Who eventually will end up being assassinated by his son, by the way, one of his sons. But Khusra II has a good run against the Byzantine Empire, and around 614, 613, 614, so a few years before the Hijrah, the Persians are able to invade Byzantine territory and march all the way to Damascus and Jerusalem, capturing Damascus and capturing Jerusalem around 614. And they're even able to invade Egypt in 618 and win a major battle and at least for nominally for a period of time control Egypt before the Byzantines oust them from Egypt again. So this is 618. But most Islamic sources say that the battle that the Quran refers to is a showdown between the Byzantines and Persians in a place known as Azru'at. Azru'at is today's Dira in Syria, the city of Dira. And the Persians soundly defeat the Byzantines in the Battle of Azru'at, or the battle around today's Dira. And if so, if this is the battle that the Quran comments on, then it is a battle that takes place around 3 years before the Hijrah. And when the Quran predicts that the Byzantines will have the upper hand, and it says fi bid'a sinin, in a few years, well, we know that the tide turns around in favor of the Byzantines as early as 622. The Persians attempt to lay siege to Constantinople. That siege is unsuccessful, and it actually goes quite badly for the Persians. And the Byzantines are able to get themselves together on a counter-offensive. And after 622, which happens to be the year of the Hijrah, the tide turns in favor of the Byzantines over the Persians, or the Sassanids. A clear victory for the Byzantines over the Sassanids doesn't take place until 627. So take a step back, and a lot of Islamic sources say that when the Sassanids were defeating the Byzantines, that the people of Quraysh were taunting Muslims that your brethren are being defeated, and that the Sassanids, who are polytheists like us, not believers in a single God, are beating your brethren, who in this case are Christian, and people, and what you consider as Muslims people of the book, and that they were gloating about the victory of the Sassanids over the Byzantines. And according to these historical sources, that Muslims were disappointed that the Sassanids were beating the Byzantines because of the fact that the Byzantines were Christians and people of the book. And in this case, the explanation goes that when the Byzantines defeat the Sassanids, when eventually the tide will turn, Muslims will rejoice because they will be happy that the Byzantines, who are people of the book, are victorious over the Sassanids, who are polytheists. Although that explanation is packaged nicely and cleanly, because it has a sharp contrast between polytheists, in this case the Sassanids, and people of the book, in this case the Byzantines, and Muslims who would prefer the people of the book over the Byzantines, the people of the book over the polytheists. It's a clean explanation, and it is consistent with what a theological order of preference, right? That you prefer Muslims over people of the book, you prefer people of the book over polytheists, and so on. And there's even a story that goes along with this, which probably has a certain degree of historical truth, that there's a fellow called Ubay ibn Abdullah, a Meccan among the unbelievers of Mecca, who gloats about the victory of the Sassanids over the Byzantines. And when Surah Al-Rum is revealed, saying that the Byzantines will have the upper hand eventually, Ubay bin Abdullah meets Abu Bakr and tells him, what's this nonsense? Your Quran says that the Byzantines are going to have the upper hand. This is impossible. It's clear that the Byzantines, because the Byzantines at this point, their empire was falling apart because of internal feuding and internal fighting, that will not happen. And then Abu Bakr and this fellow Ubay agree on a bet. Abu Bakr bets that the Quran's prediction is going to come true, and Ubay bets against that. And when the victory doesn't occur in 3 years, Ubay comes and tells Abu Bakr, you've lost the bet, it's time to pay up. And Abu Bakr says, no, Bid'a Sineen means from 3 to 9 years. Some reports say that it is Abu Bakr goes to the Prophet and says, have I lost the bet? And the Prophet says, well, no, Bid'a Sineen means 3 to 9 years. So tell Ubay, wait until the 9 years are over. And Ubay agrees to this, and ultimately the prediction comes true, and it is Abu Bakr that wins the bet. And after winning the bet, he takes the money that he won to the Prophet, and the Prophet says that this is suht, or this is unlawful money, so donate it. And of course, Islamic sources say, well, this was before the prohibition of gambling, that the prohibition of gambling doesn't occur until Medina. And it even enters in jurisprudential debates. So in the Hanafi school, you can, if you are in non-Muslim territory you can engage in certain contracts that would be void in Muslim lands, including a contract that involves a degree of gambling. And the Hanafi school relies on this narrative. Among the things that it relies on, it cites to the precedent of the bet between Ubay and Abu Bakr, and to the point that Sharia or certain aspects of Sharia do not apply in non-Muslim territory. Now, I have a considerable amount of skepticism about the traditional narrative that what Muslims will rejoice about is that the Byzantines defeat the Sassanids. And I have a considerable amount of skepticism because there were no reason for Muslims who are in Mecca at the time to feel to side with a dominant Christian empire over the Sassanid. Both the Sassanids and the Byzantines had relationships with certain Arab tribes. But Mecca had resisted the influence of both the Sassanids and the Byzantines for a long time, rejecting or refusing to fall under the tutelage of either of these empires. And that type of dichotomy between the Sassanids as polytheists and the Byzantines as people of the book is a legal categorization that I think develops much later. And so I'm very skeptical about the reports that say that what Muslims are happy about is that Christians beat Sassanids because Sassanids were polytheists. In my reading of the sources, I believe that Muslims saw both sides, the Sassanids and the Byzantines, as equally alien and equally foreign and equally oppressive. And in fact, we know that in a few years, the major foe to Muslims will be the Byzantines and not the Sassanids. The Sassanid Empire will crumble, will fold very quickly, while the Byzantine Empire will have a long history of complex history with Muslims that is peppered with conflict and sometimes resolution and so on and so forth. So, what is it that Muslims then are supposed to rejoice about? So, let's go back. Surah Al-Rum starts with Alif Lam Mim, therefore alerting us, when we said this before, that the surah that start with these letters Alif Lam Ra or Alif Lam Mim, in my view, are surah that are the core and the heart of the Quranic message, like what I've called foundational surah. And we've talked about what these letters could possibly mean in the past, but the important thing is that they signify that these are surah that are foundational, surah that lay the gestalt of the Quranic message, if you will. Then second, the Quran does comment about a battle won by the Sassanids and predicts that the tide will turn, which, as it turns out, is a prediction that was right on. In fact, it's not that the Sassanids will lose one battle before the Byzantines, but will lose a series of battles, will turn out to be quite disastrous for the Sassanid Empire, and eventually will lead to the assassination of Khusro II by one of his sons. And that will also then have disastrous consequences for the Sassanid Empire. So the Quranic prediction was right on. But we come back to this issue of, and when the Quran says, and when this happens, Muslims will rejoice. So what was happening in Muslim life when, in fact, the Byzantines defeat the Sassanids? Well, if you say that, because the first defeat is actually the first time that the Byzantines defeat the Sassanids after this revelation is in 622, then you would say that this is the year, not just of Hijrah, but the year of the Battle of Badr. If, however, you say that the defeat that Muslims will rejoice about doesn't take place until 627, then that's the year of the Treaty of Hudaybiyah. Now, in both cases, if it's 622, the year of the Battle of Badr, that means, by definition, that Surah Al-Rum must have been an earlier revelation. If it is the Treaty of Hudaybiyah, i.e. 627, then that would necessarily mean Surah Al-Rum was a later revelation. And that's what I believe is the truth, is that indeed it is a later revelation, and that the prediction that it is articulating is not the beginning of the first battle to be won by the Byzantines against the Sassanids, but 627, where you see a complete collapse of the Sassanid defenses against the Byzantines. Now, what is it that Muslims are rejoicing? I think the Quran was doing a double prediction. It was predicting that the Byzantines will defeat the Sassanids, but it will also predicting that by that time Muslims will be clearly victorious over the Meccans. And that is the reason for the statement, Muslims will rejoice. وَيَوْمَئِذٍ يَفْرَحُ الْمُؤْمِنُونَ. And it would make sense, because they're rejoicing, but not over the fact that an empire beat another, because both empires are foes, are enemies as far as Muslims are concerned. But if you think about it from that perspective, it is truly remarkable, because the idea that not just a prediction that the Byzantines will defeat the Sassanids is an amazing prediction, but that in fact Muslims will be at a place where they can rejoice about their victories over the Meccans is also something that was not foreseeable at the time that Surah Al-Rum is revealed. Okay. Now, so if this, in fact, if Surah Al-Rum is a late Meccan revelation, as I believe it is, and it comes at this point shortly before the Hijrah, and this would be after the message delivered in Surah Yunus, Surah Hud, Surah Yusuf, Surah Al-An'am. So, what is the intervention that Surah Ar-Rum making? And that then becomes a question. What is it saying to Muslims that will affect their life at this point? Okay. So, we notice that after the ayat, which are up to verse 4, that are predictive ayat, predictive verses, we come to the next ayah. ينصر الله ينصر من يشاء وهو العزيز الرحيم. That matters of victory and defeat are up to Allah. وعد الله لا يخلف الله وعده ولكن أكثر الناس لا يعلمون. Now, this is, if you will, a reminder of something, of a critical message as Muslims, although it tells Muslims that you will, in fact, that the Sassanids will be defeated, you Muslims will feel victorious. In fact, you will rejoice about Allah's victory, because it says explicitly that the reason you will rejoice is because of Allah's victory. يفرح المؤمنون بنصر الله. That it comes back and reminds Muslims that these affairs, if you will, these international, larger-than-life affairs, are God's and God's alone. That ultimately there are empires that will rise and empires that will fall. You yourself will be victorious or not victorious. There is your moral attitude toward these events is to understand that this universe has a master who runs it, and that master decides these issues. And there is a point in which you say, it is all in Allah's hands. وهو العزيز الرحيم. That although Allah reminds Muslims that Allah will make them victorious and that Allah will aid them with victory, it is critical to understand that the very nature of Allah, even when Allah talks about victory and defeat, is rahmah, is mercy. And as Muslim theologians have written, that rahmatullah tashmal al-muslim wal-kafir, that Allah's mercy extends both to Muslim and non-Muslims, or Muslim believer and non-believer. And as we already learned in the Quranic revelation, that Allah's justice can give victory to the non-believer over the believer, if the non-believer deserves the victory because they are the just party. But here, the coupling of the reminder of Allah's victory coupled with a reminder of that, always remember that Allah's mercy extends to all. Okay. And that this is wa'dullah, wa'dullah, which the study Quran of course translates as a promise of God. It is wa'dullah, it's like it's a stronger word than promise, like saying the covenant of God. This is the understanding that the world, the affairs of the world are run by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and that Allah does not break, or that Allah's covenant cannot be broken. Allah, it's like saying Allah's will cannot be defeated. Okay, except that most people do not know, which we encountered again, that constant reminder that in fact most people will not know what the Quran teaches and will not believe in what the Quran teaches. Okay. So what is it then that most people know? يعلمون ظاهرا من الحياة الدنيا وهم عن الآخرة هم غافلون. Now, that ayah is remarkable if you ponder it. يعلمون ظاهرا من حياة الدنيا. What they are engaged in is not even the truth about, or what they know is not even the truth about earthly life. But zahiran is like what you say, what appears on the surface of earthly life, what their senses perceive and engage. It's like saying what they know is their material existence. It reminds me a lot of existential philosophy. They say, يَعْلَمُونَ ظَاهِرًا مِنْ الْحَيَاةِ الدُّنْيَا. It's like saying most people are in fact existentialists. They know only what they can touch and feel or hear and see. But the phrase itself is that earthly life is what is involved in earthly life is far more than simple existentialism. Because what is weaved and embedded in earthly life is wa'dullah, is Allah's covenant and will. Most people live in life oblivious to Allah's will. And we'll see why this is so important, because it will take us back to a very important idea that we encountered in Surah Al-An'am. The law of nature, or natural law. But we'll see how in Surah Al-Rum, we move further in our discourse about the law of nature or natural law. So most people, in fact, comprehend nothing beyond their existentialism. And even more, when it comes then to the hereafter, they're completely oblivious. So the Quran in one verse layered two issues. One is your knowledge and your engagement with the material world, and the second issue is the extent to which you are conscious of the next world. Okay. Then it takes us to to skip ahead a little bit, what will be the lines of inquiry into both something about this world beyond existentialism and a deeper knowledge of existence, which is the natural order that Allah decreed in the world, what we might call naturalism, while at the same time tying in, and this is, I'm skipping ahead a little bit just to tell you where we're going, while at the same time tying in the knowledge of the natural order or naturalism to the hereafter and awareness of the hereafter. Okay, so first it starts out, أَوَلَمْ يَتَفَكَّرُوا فِي أَنفُسِهِمْ مَا خَلَقَ اللَّهُ السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ وَمَا بَيْنَهُمَا إِلَّا بِالْحَقِّ وَأَجَلٍ مُسَمًّى وَإِنَّ كَثِيرًا مِنَ النَّاسِ بِلِقَاءِ رَبِّهِمْ لَكَافِرُونَ. So first, it invites you to the most natural inquiry of all. Haven't human beings contemplated what is, and note here, أَوَلَمْ يَتَفَكَّرُوا فِي أَنفُسِهِمْ فِي أَنفُسِهِمْ. Haven't they reflected about themselves, and haven't they reflected in themselves? So, fi anfusihim, it's like saying, think about your existence. If you came from nowhere and you're going to nowhere, you are nothing. Then it's like you are a coincidence, as coincidental as a bubble that comes to the surface and pops. If it is so coincidental, then it is very difficult to ground yourself in meaning. And it is very difficult to ground yourself in meaning vis-a-vis yourself and vis-a-vis others. So if I exterminate myself, well, after all, there is no meaning. There's no meaning to my coming, there's no meaning to my leaving. So ultimately, there is no meaning to my extermination of the self. But even more dangerous, in my view, is the thought of exterminating others. If there's no meaning to my coming and no meaning to my leaving, and there is no meaning to the coming of others and no meaning to the leaving of others, then it is very easy to say, well, if I can exterminate others and not suffer consequences that affect my existence, why not? You know, it's like these reports that I was talking about in the khutbah. You know, a pilot flying a plane gets the orders, sees a wedding, fire a missile into the wedding, kill everyone. With a button, it's done. or a funeral with a button, it's done. It's all bodies on a screen as far as this pilot is concerned. And as far as those who give the command, they could look at, maybe if someone films the aftermath, they could look at it, or if no one films the aftermath, or even if someone films the aftermath, they could just choose to ignore it. They don't have to look at, the torn up bodies and all of that, and say, well, tough luck. I was born with the means to do it. You were born in a situation where you have to suffer my will, and that's the beginning and that's the end. Fundamentally existentialist in every sense of the word. But, so it tells you, reflect about yourself and reflect in yourself. The in yourself will become very important in a second. But about yourself, because then ما خلق الله السماوات والأرض وما بينهما إلا بالحق وأجل مسمى. This creation is purposeful. And when the expression that Allah created the heavens and earth إلا بالحق, except per truth. And of course, you say for the truth of what? Or you can even, إِلَّا بِالْحَقِّ, you can even read it as except rightfully. Well, in this context, when you say إِلَّا بِالْحَقِّ, then the only meaning, the only source of meaning possible for creation is that is given by the Creator. So, if the Creator says this is purposeful and your existence is meaningful, then it is, because that is the only source of meaning. وَأَجَلٌ مُسَمَّى, and that none of this is happenstance, and none of this is coincidental. Except that so many people refuse to believe that ultimately they are heading to meeting with their Lord. So it's like, from the beginning, what is the meaning of my existence? Well, the meaning of your existence is that the Maker, the one who actually invented you in the first place, like, let's say, if you imagine you create a speaking robot, and the robot says, what is the meaning of the existence? Well, the meaning of existence is that your Creator you are ultimately destined to meet your Creator. Because your Creator wants to receive you and wants to see how you did after you've been created, after you've been given consciousness. But if you say, but I don't want to meet that Creator, I don't believe I'm going to meet that Creator, then you face a true challenge. If you don't want to meet the Creator, or you don't believe in meeting the Creator, then what is your source of meaning? So, of course, human beings are very creative, and human beings, could start saying, I believe in, effectively, another word for God, or fairy tales, or some type of hypothetical social agreement that took place in no place in history. Or so the various cartwheels that human beings do to try to find meaning once they've excluded the only possible source of meaning. Okay. But then it first, before saying anything about the hereafter, it develops the idea that your engagement with your world can never ignore, or you cannot afford to ignore seeing Allah's hand and Allah's will in your created world. So, أَفَلَمْ يَسِيرُوا فِي الْأَرْضِ فَيَنْظُرُوا كَيْفَ كَانَ عَاقِبَةُ الَّذِينَ مِنْ قَبْلِهِمْ كانوا أشد منهم قوة وأثاروا الأرض وعمروها أكثر مما عمروها وجاءتهم رسلهم بالبينات فما كان الله ليظلمهم ولكن كانوا أنفسهم يظلمون ثم كان عاقبة الذين أساءوا السوء أي أن كذبوا بآيات الله وكانوا بها يستهزئون. عاقبة الذين أساءوا السوء. Okay. So Allah, after inviting you to look into yourself, takes you to a very important concept, and that expression, amaruha, that look at previous nations, the story of nations, exactly nations like the Sassanids and the Byzantines. And of course, at the time this is revealed, no one could have imagined that the Sassanids and the Byzantines will disappear. Not in 100 years, not in hundreds of years. It was just not conceivable. After all, it wasn't that long ago when the Sassanids executed the most powerful Arab chief, Al-Malik bin Nu'man, the king known as bin Nu'man. He was one of the very few Arab kings at the time. Extremely powerful, that they destroyed the entire kingdom of Nu'man, a person that has gone in Arab legends as this heroic pre-Islamic figure. The Sassanids are so powerful that they impose their will all the way to Jerusalem and to Egypt. And the Byzantines are so powerful that when they go on their counter-offensive, they are able to turn the Sassanid Empire upside down and even cause the eventual assassination of the great ruler himself, Khusra II. At the time, so Surah Al-Rum starts with this, but then it tells you, reflect upon the constant story of nations. They civilized the earth, amaruha. Ta'amir al-shay is to civilize something or to inhabit something and build it up. They were able to establish civilizations, and the civilizations that they built were far more superior than anything that you've been able to build. Now, the Quran, this is the only time in the Quran that it uses the word amaruha. In Surah Hud, the Prophet Salih tells his tribe, Thamud, هو أنشأكم من الأرض واستعمركم فيها. He's talking to his tribe and he says, Allah created you and استعمركم فيها, which means, and Allah allowed you to inhabit this land. But here, the expression amaruha, civilized it, that people build civilizations, and these civilizations thrive, and what they build is far superior to anything that you've been able to build. But ultimately, it's a process of rising and falling. But then look at what it injects at this point. But the destruction of these civilizations were not because Allah committed an injustice against them, but because they've committed an injustice against themselves. Therefore, anchoring the idea that it is justice that builds a civilization and allows it to thrive, and it is injustice that will destroy a civilization and bring it down. You make either the heaven you live in or the hell that you're going to live in. Although you don't find it that often, unfortunately, in the tafsir, but in some of the philosophical works, you find a commentary that, in fact, between the Sassanid Empire and the Byzantine Empire, if you take justice as the scale, the Byzantines, when they defeated the Sassanids, had a greater degree of justice and law and order and equity in their empire than the Sassanids did. At the last days of the Sassanid Empire, cruelty and injustice reach unheard of levels. I mean, the historical record is quite often shocking as what was even going on between the ruling elite in the Sassanid Empire. But ultimately, the Byzantine Empire itself was eventually corroded from the inside because of the accumulation of injustices within the Byzantine Empire. So there are some, at least, that noted that this discourse in Surah Al-Rum about justice can easily be related to the events that it predicts at the beginning. Okay. And after affirming that principle about justice, the next ayah takes you to those who received a message and yet refused to believe. But as Ibn Arabi points out, when it says ثم كان عاقبة الذين أساءوا السوء أن كذبوا بآيات الله وكانوا بها يستهزئون, that what they reject is آيات الله, means the signs of Allah, not necessarily the prophets of Allah. So what they reject is the way that Allah speaks to human beings. Allah speaks to human beings through the revealed text and through the created revelation, meaning through Quran al-Nassi wa Quran al-Kawni. The Quran al-Kawni is the Quran of nature, as we've said. And so ayatullah, that they've turned away from, in a word, again, natural law, that they refuse to believe or they refuse to understand the natural messages or the natural order that Allah encodes in existence. Okay. And then, of course, the reminder, Allah يبدأ الخلق ثم يعيده ثم إليه ترجعون. Allah is the originator of creation. And Allah is the exterminator of creation. And Allah is the one who will recreate creation. And that to Allah you shall return. So it's stating the sort of the baseline truth. Okay. ويوم تقوم الساعة يبلس المجرمون, that the يبلس المجرمون, that the offenders are going to despair and be utterly defeated. This is ayah 13. ولم يكن لهم شركاء ولم يكن لهم من شركائهم شفعاء وكانوا بشركائهم كافرين. That the things that they relied on earth. And here again we hearken back to Surah Al-An'am, the concept of shirk, that shirk, there's a shirk al-jali, when you associate partners with Allah in a explicit fashion, and there is a shirk al-khafi or shirk al-batin, when you associate partners with Allah in non-explicit fashion, meaning that you differ in your system of belief. It is Allah is not the ultimate source of right and wrong, but you defer to other venues of authority that you consider as equally authoritative or even quasi-authoritative. All of that are forms of shirk. Okay. So then the reminder again about the fate of accountability, and that accountability will end up with winners and will end up with losers. This is, of course, the brief mention of Jannah and hellfire. This is up to verse 16. And then فسبحان الله حين تمسون وحين تصبحون وله الحمد في السماوات والأرض وعشيا وحين تظهرون. This is now 17 and 18. So many Quranic commentators will point out that these ayat, فَسُبْحَانَ اللَّهِ حِينَ تُمْسُونَ وَحِينَ تُصْبِحُونَ وَلَهُ الْحَمْدُ فِي السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ وَعَشِيًّا وَحِينَ تُظْهِرُونَ, that it mentions the times of the 5 prayers. But I don't think that the point is necessarily the 5 prayers. although a lot of, so many commentators say that. But it is the attitude that Allah wants you to have towards your existence on earth. And what is the summary of that attitude? The summary of the attitude is, subhanallah, to recognize the centrality and the sovereignty of Allah. حين تمسون وحين تصبحون. As you wake up and as you sleep. So it's putting Allah center stage in your existence. It is every time you wake up, you say, this is due to Allah's sovereignty. Subhanallah. And every time you turn in, you say, this is due to Allah's sovereignty. Subhanallah. وَلَهُ الْحَمْدُ فِي السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ وَعَشِيًّا وَحِينَ تُظْهِرُونَ. And your gratitude to Allah tracks the same cycle that وَعَشِيًّا وَحِينَ تُظْهِرُونَ. Now normally they say, oh, this means Isha prayer or Dhuhr prayer, but it's, no, عَشِيًّا is as you turn in, وَحِينَ تُظْهِرُونَ, as you rise up to meet your day. So the cycle is complete, is that you are in a state of gratitude and a state of recognition of Allah's centrality to your existence and meaning at every cycle, every point of cycle in the day. And as part of the cycle, recognizing that يخرج الحي من الميت ويخرج الميت من الحي ويحيي الأرض بعد موتها وكذلك تخرجون, that this is God with the laws of causality and materiality that you rely on in an existential fashion. Well, these laws do not apply to the divine, because the divine can produce life out of death and death out of life. And for that to happen, the known laws of causal materiality, you exit outside the laws of causation. The dead doesn't produce life. That's the first thing we know about the laws of causation on earth, the laws of biology, the laws of science on earth. But when you deal with the Creator is not subject to the logic of existentialism and materiality. Okay. أن خلقكم من تراب ثم إذا أنتم بشر تنتشرون. That, of course, this is ayah 30, no, 20. أن خلقكم من تراب ثم إذا أنتم بشر تنتشرون. Again, the verse is so straightforward, so simple, but it's that the origin is, and by the way, in Sufi, especially Sufi literature, this is a metaphor that they write a lot about, that the building blocks of a human being come from something as unglamorous as dust and the basic elements of the, of what creates a human being. But the intishar, the actual life of human beings, is a mystery. If life itself, if you observe it, you see no signs that it is simply the product of the building blocks of the carbon, whatever, and whatever goes into what we are. You know, we're carbon based, and what goes. But once that life is taken away, you see the mystery gone, and the quick deterioration into where we came from, the decomposition. And if you've owned pets and you've had the displeasure of having pets pass away when you buried them, you see the cycle and you reflect on it all the time. You know, when the pet is a puppy alive, you see their life, their feelings, their preferences, their tastes, their habits. And then when they pass away and you see the body decompose, and you know that, no, this is not just dust. There was something magnanimous, something magical. And this is why we say that in philosophy, the biggest question of philosophy is consciousness, because there's no answer to it, whether medically, scientifically, or philosophically. Okay. ومن آياته أن خلق لكم من أنفسكم أزواجا لتسكنوا إليها وجعل بينكم مودة ورحمة إن في ذلك لآيات لقوم يتفكرون. Now, this is 21. And that among Allah's ayat, and again remember, ayat is replaced for ayat Allah's natural order. And right after Allah invites you to think about the fate of nations, and of course when I go back and wrap up the surah, I'll connect all of this together, that Allah invites you to reflect upon the fate of nations, to reflect upon the process of civilization and building and the process of deterioration, to reflect upon, to relate the process of building and civilization to not just nations, but to human beings themselves, and the way human beings spring to life and are full of life and then go out as if the mystery itself has been pulled away. And the first thing that Allah then reminds you to reflect upon of ayatullah after your actual existence is the beauty of Allah creating for human beings partners. We've encountered this in Surah Al-An'am, but here in Surah Al-Rum it is developed further. Because in Surah Al-An'am, remember, it says azwaj, and it was ambiguous whether it was referring to partners in life as in marriage. But in Surah Al-Rum, it becomes even more explicit and says, وَجَعَلَ بَيْنَكُمْ مَوَدَّةً وَرَحْمَةً إِنَّ فِي ذَلِكَ آيَاتٍ لِقَوْمٍ يَتَفَكَّرُونَ. That in this is an ayah, in this is a clear sign to those who reflect that the expectation and indeed the natural order what you innately know by nature is that the partner you're with, what you want from them is mawadda, companionship, wa rahmah, compassion and mercy. That even the most illiterate human being in the world, if they end up with a partner who makes them feel lonely or who is not merciful or compassionate, they're unhappy. Even animals that Allah, if they were given the instinct of companionship, and if you watch them, like some breeds of birds, you see this in a remarkable, beautiful picture, mawadda and rahmah. And this goes back to something that I was saying in Surah Al-An'am. Marriage, by the logic of Allah's nature, what Allah coded into existence, is not supposed to be about dominance, is not supposed to be about control, is not supposed to be about abuse. It's not supposed to be about power dynamics and power play. It is supposed to be simply about mawadda and rahmah. Companionship, and the place where you feel mercy. The warmth of mercy and compassion, not cruelty. And this is why when the Prophet ﷺ commented on this ayah, the Prophet says, the best of you, or the most perfect among you, are those whose character is the best, whose akhlaq are the best, those whose ethics, their ethical character is the best. And the best among you are those who are best to their wives. So the Prophet ﷺ comments on this verse by saying that it is, and remember, when you talk about character, you're talking about akhlaq. And when you talk ethics, and when you talk about ethics, we are talking about what we've already discussed at length, the natural order of things. And so the natural order of things is that your good ethical character comes out in your relationship, if you're a man, with your wife, and it's the same for if you're a woman, with your husband, because it is against the natural law that it would not. Okay. And then after this ayah, Allah brings you to another ayah, which again, for when you remember when Surah Al-Rum is revealed, and notice that the things that Surah Al-Rum are talking about seem to me to be too early to be mid-Meccan. This sounds like the themes of a late Meccan period, post-An'am Surah, in fact. That وَمِنْ آيَاتِهِ خَلَقَ السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ وَاخْتِلَافُ أَلْسِنَتُكُمْ وألوانكم إن في ذلك لآيات للعالمين ومن آياته منامكم بالليل والنهار وابتغاؤكم من فضله إن في ذلك لآيات لقوم يسمعون. Okay, so among his ayahs is the great the great, what I'm like blanking out on the word, diversity in your languages and your races, your colors. Of course, we know that the Prophet ﷺ comments, or his famous hadith, that all people, all colors and all people, all languages are equal like the teeth of a comb, except for their taqwa, meaning that what makes a human being more favored ethically is their taqwa. But it is an ayah which means, like all ayatullah, that is something to celebrate, not something to think is unnatural. So, and this is, in my view, one of the reasons that Muslims, unlike, for instance, Spanish colonialism, which is well-known Spanish school of international law, which perceived racial diversity as a product of the sin of what they used to call the sin of the descendants of Ham, right? That Ham, one of the descendants of Noah, commits a sin, and this is what the Bible says, and then God punishes Ham with blackness as punishment, and that became a huge element in Christian theology, and especially in Spanish Catholicism and Spanish colonialism. And so the Spanish colonialism would destroy all native languages and all native cultures as it tried to rid people of the product of their sin, which ironically, anyone that didn't speak the language they spoke, although they didn't consider English a product of sin, but they considered all other native languages, which they could thought of as non-Christian languages, to be a product of sin. And while they couldn't do anything about the race of people, that view that there are races inferior because of their sin was deeply embedded in the institutions of slavery as well. The Quran discourse on ayat as language, diversity in languages and diversity in races being among the signs of Allah, meaning the glories of Allah, had exactly the opposite effect. You couldn't extinguish a language, because the Quran is telling you the fact that this is a different language is a gift from Allah. And you couldn't extinguish a race because, and that's why slavery was not racially based in the Muslim world. Because again, different colors is supposed to be among the, of course, later Muslim generations, in my view, learned from colonialism to be racist against blacks. And although there are, of course, Orientalists who are trying to prove that the issue of black racism was pre-colonialism, but I think that takes us anyway. Okay. And the fact that that cycle, that you live in a cycle where part of the engagement of life is that you're not constantly, and one of Ibn Arabi says about the ayah, this is 23, that among Allah's signs is that your sleep at night. Ibn Arabi says that this means that it is the right to rest is an ethical right decreed. So if failure to allow people to rest, Ibn Arabi says adequately rest, whatever adequately means, adequately rest is an ethical failure. Now, of course, we know that there are hadiths from the Prophet that says, you can't exhaust you're an employee, you can't exhaust a worker, that if you give them more than they can bear, then Allah holds you responsible. But the idea that in sleep is an ayah, is one of Allah's signs, and that you deduce from the ayah of rest, the right to rest, is intellectually interesting. Okay. And among Allah's ayahs is that this is now 24, that the thunder and lightning and the fall of rain and the cycle of life springing from the elixir of life, water, and that again Allah reminds us, as Allah did in Surah Al-An'am, that your reincarnation, or your re-exist, or what is the word I'm looking for?
Resurrection.
Yeah, resurrection. That your resurrection is as straightforward as the cycle of, as when you see rain fall on earth and life springs up, that it is bringing things to life again, is a natural thing, and it's a straightforward thing for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Okay. And this is emphasized in 27, that Allah, it is a simple matter for Allah to exterminate life and resurrect life, and it is from your perspective, it is something marvelous or something exceptional, but from divine perspective, it is the most natural and straightforward thing. Okay, then we come to ayah 28. So what it says is fairly straightforward, that how can you associate partners with Allah when, if you owned slaves, you would not accept, or at least firstly, you would not accept partners in what you own. And this ayah, according to some of the what can I say, the unfortunately modern Muslim scholars in the West, because the only ones that I know of are in the West, who are trying to prove that the Quran approves of slavery, this is one of the ayahs that they point to. Now, of course, they ignore the context of the ayah. The context of the ayah is that the Meccans, when they went around the Kaaba, would chant, what was it? Yeah. لبيك لبيك اللهم لبيك, they would say لبيك لبيك الله لبيك لا شريك لك إلا شريكا هو لك تملكه وما ملك, that Labbaik Allah, we answer your call, God. You have no partners except for a partner that you own, but that partner doesn't own you. And this ayah is not about slavery. This ayah is about responding to these Meccans and to this particularly what the Prophet tells the Meccans is offensive. Among the first things that Muslims do when they eventually defeat Mecca is to ban this chant that the Meccans used to do around the Kaaba. That you're telling God that you have partners. And this ayah asks the Meccans rhetorically, how is it that you can accept the idea that God would have partners in what God owns, because all of you are God's ownership, when you yourselves do not accept partners in what you own? So that's simply to try to read into it a Quranic approval of the institution of slavery is thick-headed and, in my view, immoral, because you are imposing upon the text an agenda. For whatever reason you have that agenda, because it is not saying that having slaves is right or a good thing. It is asking the rhetorical question to Meccans: if you yourselves cannot accept partners in what you say you own, how is it that you think that it is okay for God to have partners? Okay. Okay. And then, of course, it comments on this in 29 by saying that those who do so have followed their whims, that they have no basis for what they believe and what they practice other than their whims. Okay, then we get to the foundational and pivotal ayah in Surah Al-Rum, verse 30, which is at the heart and core of the message of Surah Al-Rum. So after Allah after the reminder that the issue with shirk is that Allah's relationship to us is the relationship of an absolute owner. Now, an absolute owner that decrees in the same way that Allah has decreed mercy upon Allah's self, but Allah has also decreed the principle of volition and choice, la ikrah fi din, that there's no compulsion. So, and as the Quran consistently reminds time and time again, that most people will not believe, and that it is not that a messenger is a messenger. So after that reminder, but metaphysically, when you are thinking of understanding yourself in existence, to understand that you fully belong to Allah, that defines your relationship with your Creator. That defines your relationship to your body, it defines your relationship to your moods, to your feelings, even to your thought. That the intellect is from Allah and to Allah, that the heart is from Allah and to Allah. And in that relationship, you are completely anchored in knowing why you are and who you are and where you're going. Okay, so after that reminder comes that penultimate statement: فَقِمْ وَجْهَكَ لِلدِّينِ حَنِيفًا فِطْرَةَ اللَّهِ الَّتِي فَطَرَ النَّاسَ عَلَيْهَا لا تبديل لخلق الله ذلك الدين القيم ولكن أكثر الناس لا يعلمون منيبين إليه واتقوه وأقيموا الصلاة ولا تكونوا من المشركين من الذين فرقوا دينهم وكانوا شيعا كل حزب بما لديهم فرحون. So first, here where we get the Quran coming with a clear statement that this is Allah's fitrah, this is the fitrah, this is the intuition, the instinctive, intuitive state that Allah gave human beings. Now notice, فَقِمْ وَجْهَكَ لِلدِّينِ حَنِيفًا. So direct, it's a figure of a figurative or a figure of speech. فَقِمْ وَجْهَكَ لِلدِّينِ حَنِيفًا. That so direct your face towards the Hanif is the unadulterated, uncorrupted, pure religion. So, in complete clarity and complete transparency of your relationship to your Maker, it's like Allah saying, turn your gaze towards me, where you should get your values, your meaning. In fact, where you should feel your being is with me. Nothing else, no one else. And this is the intuition or the instinct that Allah gave human beings. And لا تبديل لخلق الله. This, in fact, is how human beings were made, coded, and that cannot be altered. ذلك الدين القيم. See, I translated this one. ذلك الدين القيم. The study Quran translates it as the upright religion. That is the whole, the holistic faith. It's like saying, this is the complete faith. So of course, but most people do not know. So then we pause here, because direct your face towards your Lord, towards a pure, unadulterated understanding of the reason for being, your place for being. In fact, the very nature of understanding your existence and the existence of others, and understanding creation itself. But not only that, but even understanding history, on understanding geopolitics, and understanding something that is remarkable, that the events in life, Allah repeatedly told us up to this point in other surah that Allah knows every leaf that falls, every leaf that grows, every drop. Allah is fully cognizant of all that happens in creation. But here you add another element, is that the surah begins with events that are happening, transpiring away from where Muslims live. But as the surah goes on, in Surah Al-Rum, you realize that everything is interconnected under Allah's will. And that what rises, what falls, what wins, what is defeated, it's all interconnected within a tapestry, if you will, a matrix of the divine will. So when Allah says, فطرة الله التي فطر الناس عليها, that this is Allah's fitrah, this is Allah's intuition, instinct, what is encompassed by that fitrah? Now, there's a hadith of the Prophet, very famous, that most Muslims are they're taught at one point or another, that where the Prophet is attributed as saying, or is reported to say, that all beings are born as Muslim, but then shaitan all beings are born as Muslim, but then either shaitan comes and makes them kuffar, or they are then raised according to this faith or that faith, Christian or Jewish or whatever. Or even in the hadith it says Zoroastrian, in one of the versions of the hadith. And because of that hadith, the most famous understanding and the most popular understanding of this ayah is that people are born with the intuition, or instinctively they are all Muslim. And then they are acculturated according to whatever other systems of belief. Okay. However, this in Islamic theology is there are long discussions about this in Islamic theology, because many scholars said that the fitrah that Allah speaks about is the fitrah of Ad-Din al-Hanif, which is the fitrah of the Prophet Ibrahim, which we encountered in Surah Al-An'am. Others said that the fitrah is the fitrah to reflect upon the ayatullah, the signs of Allah, to be cognizant of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Although so many Muslims are raised with the idea that the fitrah is that of Islam as a religion, And that's why converts are often called reverts. That's not the school I ascribe to. The fitrah that is clearly being taught, in my view, being addressed in Surah Al-Rum, is the intuitive awareness of a supreme being. Intuitive awareness that it takes a counterintuitive act to deny God, to think through and say, no, I'm not going to believe in a God. And the intuition of being naturally able to understand that the signs of God, to see something beautiful and to say, even when people say Mother Nature, that's an intuition of the supreme and divine being. Or even when people say, gods of the south, gods of the north, gods of the east, gods of the west. Again, it's a corrupted intuition, but it's an intuition that there is something superior to what we are. When people say, oh, we were made by aliens who deposited us on earth and then left us, and these aliens come visit us in spaceships to warn us that we're destroying the earth. It's a corrupted intuition, but it's a intuition of the divine being. There is something else beyond us. But not just an intuition of the divine being, but an intuition of the natural laws of morality and ethics that ultimately Allah will hold people accountable for failing to observe. So justice is an intuition. Companionship is an intuition. Kindness is an intuition. Mercy is an intuition. That when Allah says that this is the fitrah that Allah made in human beings, Allah is not talking about what Islam, as Islam developed and became after the Hijrah and after the revelation in the Medina period, and after what Islam became from the reported tradition of the Prophet ﷺ and the Ahlul Bayt, the family of the Prophet, and the companions of the Prophet, the Sahaba. That is a religion that was a product of a full historical process. And part of this religion is that we fast Ramadan, is that we pray 5 times a day, is that we perform Hajj, but that's not the fitrah that Allah is talking about. The fitrah that Allah is talking about is the fitrah of being aware of your relationship to the divine when you wake up and when you go to sleep. When you conduct your affairs in life, it is a choice. You can recognize this fitrah and say, when people say, my guardian angel, or people say the powers, whatever, that, take care of me. For me, it's all, from my perspective, it's all illogical, because, why should there be a guardian angel unless you follow that logic to itself? But it is, once you recognize your natural awareness that you come from a supreme being and that you will return to supreme being, and that there is something beyond just the material chemical composition that defines life. Once you are aware of that, then you are aware that you are in the sight of that Supreme Being as you go about your day, as you start your day and you end your day, if only you open your heart to it. So, in the theological debates, these are actually, so, some have said that this is fitrat, that the fitra, it's, that the Quran is talking about is al-fitra Ibrahimiyya, the fitrat of the Prophet Ibrahim alayhi salam, or that it is the fitrat ayatullah, or some that said that it is, and these are, I'm just stating them as positions, but they're actually debates, or that it is the fitrat sun'illah and al-hasan min al-qabih, what is good and what is bad. But concretely, if you look at Surah Al-An'am and the natural ethical code that it gives us at the end of Surah Al-An'am, and if you look at Surah Rum and the natural ethical code that it will give us at the end of Surah Rum, you would know what the fitrah that Allah is speaking about. Awareness of a Supreme Being who created you, and in natural morality that is spelled out in surah like Luqman, Al-An'am, and Surah Rum. And then ذلك الدين القيم, that this in fact, then ذلك الدين القيم is not the upright religion, but saying that is the unadulterated or uncorrupted awareness that Allah has encoded in human beings. That when in fact, as Surah Al-An'am teaches us, and Surah Rum too, you deny justice as a natural order of things, as something that should be demanded and sought over, you are going against the fitrah. When you say that it is okay for human beings to be cruel, you are going against the fitrah. When, in fact, as we will see in Surah Al-Rum, even when you say that if I see someone in trouble and I have the right to not help, you, or I don't have an obligation to help, you are going against the fitrah. That there are things that Allah defines, that, or norms that define decency. Decency. And decency is a fitrah. Yes?
Yeah, good.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Okay, coming back from double attack. Okay, munibina ilayh. And right after that expression, munibina ilayh, which is not just turning towards Allah, but turning in surrender. And notice that it's the grammatical form, فَقِمْ وَجْهَكَ لِلدِّينِ حَنِيفًا. So, turn your gaze towards Allah. And then the interjection about that this is the fitrah. And then it continues by saying, مُنِيبِينَ إِلَيْهِ, that you turn surrendering towards that realization. وَاتَّقُوهُ, and iltaqa is to be cognizant in all you do of the divine. Normally people translate it as fear God, but taqwa Allah is being cognizant of God. وَأَقِيمُوا الصَّلَاةِ, and that is immediately followed with the reminder again and again in the Quran that the key to this relationship is prayer. وَلَا تَكُونُوا مِنَ الْمُشْرِكِينَ, and do not again be among those that associate partners with Allah. And we said whether this is quasi-partners or full partners to Allah. Okay. But here it goes on to say that part of the corruption is that people split their religion into Shia. Shia means factions, groups. And that expression is remarkable. كل حزب بما لديهم فرحون, that each party is sort of giddy about its own little factionalism. Books of tafsir will normally say that this is a reference to Christians, and that the Byzantines, the Christian Empire, that the Quran is commenting about the notorious debates of the Council of Nicaea and the numerous factions and sects that came out of both the events leading to the Council of Nicaea and the post-Nicaea period, which Christianity split into numerous factions and so on. But I think that there is no reason to read this Quranic revelation as simply commenting on Christians, because it is stated normatively and it is addressed to Muslims, and it reminds us again of something that we encountered in Surah Al-An'am. And Surah Al-An'am has a very similar exhortation, turning to God in purity, in transparency. What leads, we know from Surah Al-An'am that what leads to factionalism are intellectual debates that arise from egotistical needs. And here again, that it is at the same time, Muslim scholars talk at length, well, how do we strike the balance between legitimate disagreements, the need for intellectual debate, the need for diversity, and the need for recognizing the right to disagree, and the Quranic exhortation against factionalism. And typically Muslim scholars will, try to strike the balance in saying, well, you could disagree as to jurisprudential issues in matter of furu', matters of the branches of the faith, but that disagreement on the usul, on the basics of the faith, is what leads to factionalism. I understand this Quranic discourse a bit differently. if you look at the context, after reminding us of what is intuitive and instinctive, it then reminds us that do not give way to your egos in splitting up splitting up the faith into factions, with each faction happy and jovial with what it has. In other words, sort of prideful. And I understand that as a continuation of the message about the core, about the fitrah. That what is core is the realization and the adherence to that natural law, that basic code of ethics, of right and wrong. You could disagree on things that you want to disagree on because you're going to read the evidence differently, you're going to read the text differently, you're going to, say, you're going to read history differently, you're going to read all types of things differently. But what matters is the fitrah. What matters is the natural ethical code that you cannot disagree on. So, restated, in my view, that you can have a faction that says, Ali should have ruled, become Khalifa, and not Abu Bakr. But what you cannot have is a faction that says injustice is not, or justice is not important to Allah's plan or to Allah's religion. You can have a faction that disagrees about things like the Khilafah or the order of the Khulafa or whatnot, these types of political issues. But the ethical code set out in Surah Al-An'am, in the end of Surah Al-An'am, and the ethical code that will be set out at the end of Surah Al-Rum is what you cannot disagree on, because that is the core and heart of what Islam is, of what the faith is, and what the fitrah is. And imagine, of course, then all our disagreements we can take back to whether they affect an ethical issue or not, whether they affect the way you're going to treat your neighbors, whether they affect the way you're going to treat the needy, whether they affect the way that you're going to deal with justice, whether they affect the way that whether you will have classes and privileges and the types of things that we studied in Surah Al-An'am already. If they will, then these are illegitimate disagreements that you will be morally held responsible for. But if your disagreements are on theological issues that ultimately have no bearing on natural ethics, then they're legitimate disagreements. And only Allah will know which one of us is right at the end. It forges a path for Muslims to come together over ethics and put to the side, except in intellectual arenas if they wish, questions about history, the interpretation of history, questions about political favoritism, political parties. Fundamentally, it is the natural ethics of the Quran that must unite us. And then it you could both be a Sunni, but if a Sunni that believes in justice and a Sunni who doesn't believe in justice, the difference between them is far greater than a Sunni that believes in justice and a Shi'i that believes in justice. Do you see what I'm saying? It's time that we correct the path, because I think we've drifted and deviated from the path way too far. Okay. And then the Quran returns to a theme that again we encountered in Surah Al-An'am, that Allah consistently reminds us of. And when Allah consistently reminds us of something, then it is an invitation to study and reflect, because it is a key to our own psychology. And when Allah says that reflect upon the fact that when you are in need, you rush to God, you speak, even if you don't speak, what you feel is hearkening back to God. And it is when hardship is lifted, or when your need is lifted, that you start drifting away. إذا مس الناس ضر دعوا ربهم منيبين إليه ثم إذا أذاقهم منه رحمة إذا فريق منهم بربهم يشركون. That the fact that this dynamic, if you reflect upon it, it will tell you a lot about the truth, about intuition. So if you are tempted to say, I don't believe, or you are tempted to say, my relationship with Allah is fine, imagine ad-dur. If you're a father or you're a mother, imagine that your child is ill and about to die. Are you going to insist on what you say are your beliefs? Are you going to insist on what you say is your attitude towards life? Imagine that you are on that plane that's going to crash. That moment is the moment of truth. That will tell you a lot more about yourself and about who you really are than everything that you tell yourself when things are going your way and you are enjoying God's blessings. Okay. And note that this is emphasized in Surah Al-Rum twice, and we saw it was emphasized in Surah Al-An'am twice. In Surah Al-Rum, it comes back and emphasizes it twice. That وَإِذَا أَذَقْنَا النَّاسَ رَحْمَةً فَرِحُوا بِهَا. This is now 36. That the repeated psychological pattern of human beings is that when Allah gives them, they become content and arrogant and aloof with a sense of entitlement. وَإِن تُصِبْهُمْ سَيِّئَةٌ بِمَا قَدَّمَتْ أَيْدِيهِمْ إِذَا هُمْ يَقْنَطُونَ. But here then, what's the element is that it is added, is that when evil befalls them, and most often the evil that befalls them is because of what they've earned, they quickly despair. it's the other side of the coin of when you are in dire need, you call upon God. But there, so you started out in hardship, you call upon God, God gives you what you want, you forget. The second time it visits it, it flips it a bit. And then it says that when things are going well, you are oblivious. But then when God allows hardship to befall you by what you've earned, you quickly despair and you question your relationship to God. Meaning, when things are not going your way, you quickly start questioning whether, in fact, things are what you thought they are, or the like. Okay. And then, of course, in 37, أَوَلَمْ يَرَوْا أَنَّ اللَّهَ يَبْسُطُ الرِّزْقَ لِمَنْ يَشَاءُ وَيَقْدِرُ لمن يشاء ويقدر إن في ذلك لآيات لقوم يؤمنون. That reminder that whatever the affairs are under Allah's control and Allah's will, including the most basic issue of rizq, what you earn and ultimately how you earn it. Okay, then we come back to what we saw, the same process, the same structure as we saw in Surah Al-An'am, in Surah Al-Rum. So after reminding you of these basic elements of belief and taking you upon this journey of calling upon you to reflect upon God's creation and upon so this and that, it comes back to basic ethical values. So, and this starts at 38. فَآتِ ذُو الْقُرْبَ حَقَّهُ. Okay, so all of this introduction, all of this, reflecting upon nations that rise and fall. And in fact, even before that, reflecting upon the fact that the Byzantines beat the Sassanids, and the Sassanids beat the Byzantines, and that eventually it's going to change, and that it's all in Allah's hand, and reflecting upon the fact that Allah is the creator of all, and the creator of meaning, and reflecting upon the purpose for your existence, and where you're from, and so on and so forth, and reflecting upon the fitrah, and then reflecting upon turning to God, and reflecting upon the need for prayer, and it takes you through all this journey. Then notice the fa and so. So it's like saying, now, with this introduction, now you want to know what it all boils down to, where the rubber meets the road. And it takes you back to basic ethical precepts. And so, what is the so? آتِ ذِي الْقُرْبَ حَقَّهُ. Give the qurba. The qurba, of course, are your relatives. Their right. وَالْمِسْكِينَ وَابْنِ السَّبِيلِ. And the poor. وَابْنِ السَّبِيلِ, and Ibn Sabil are travelers, or in today's age, they're refugees. Ibn Sabil, refugees are Ibn Sabil. People who are on the road, have no home, whether they are heading to a home or not heading to a home, they are Ibn Sabil. So, when Allah instructs that, so after all of this, take care, give due to to their relatives and to miskin, the poor, and ibn sabil, what we today call refugees or travelers. Then part of the intuition of natural moral ethics is kindness to refugees and taking care of refugees. So it is not. Now, why do I care about this? Because unfortunately, I know what a lot of Muslim countries have been doing with refugees. A lot of Muslim countries treat refugees, although they are like the Rohingyas, who are extremely oppressed people, or they are from China, Muslims from China who are fleeing genocide, although they are escaping warfare like the Syrians. The treatment is as counter to an ethical fitrah as you can get. When you put them, incarcerate them in prisons and treat them as if they have no rights, they're not entitled to share in anything. A lot of Muslim countries keep them in refugee camps with tents and blankets and, absolutely the bare minimum. That's precisely, and when you defend that, now notice, when you defend that and when you say, I don't have to take care of refugees, in my view, that's the people who divide their religion into Shia. That is the real dividing of religion into sects and parties. Because here this disagreement is on fundamental ethical values, not on theoretical theological issues or theoretical historical disputes. This is the real factionalism. Because there are those who possibly want to keep an ethical value, Quranic, moral, ethical, natural value upheld, and those who say the fact that the Quran mentioned it, that is discretionary. It's up to us whether we follow it or not. Yeah, it's very important that our women be completely covered, but it's not important that we take care of, and in fact, in some cases, when Chinese Muslims have escaped to Muslim countries like to Egypt and Saudi Arabia turned them over to the Chinese government. And Egypt did the same at Azhar. They collected all the Muslim Chinese students at Azhar and turned them over to the Chinese government to be sent to the concentration camps. That's dividing their faith into factionalism and sects. I underscore this because I know it's a different way of understanding our religion. But God is my witness. It's the only way of understanding our religion. If you spend your life in study as much as I have and read as much as I've read, you realize that this is the original conception of what Islam was. Not this corrupted nonsense that seems to prevail in our modern age. Okay. ذلك خير للذين يريدون وجه الله وأولئك هم المفلحون. So, and Allah affirms us not just with fa, so give such and such their rights, but the emphasis here that this is the path, this is the khayr, this is the goodness for those who want yuriduna wajh Allah, who want Allah's face, meaning want Allah in their life, And those, وَهُمَ الْمُفْلِحُونَ, those are the ones who are truly, the muflihun, the ones who are successful, the ones who are on the right path. Okay. وما أوتيتم من ربا ليربو في أموال الناس فلا يربو عند الله وما أوتيتم من زكاة تريدون وجه الله فأولئك هم المضاعفون. Sorry. وما أوتيتم من ربا ليربو في أموال الناس فلا يربو عند الله. Riba we usually define as usually, but here riba doesn't mean technical usury. That comes later. The ayah is saying that those who bring forward money or material possessions, and what they hope to earn from it is a profit from people, that doesn't earn dividends with Allah. So later on, when usury is explicitly prohibited, when scholars went back to these ayat and said, well, it applies to riba as well, because it's saying, for instance, if you loan someone money and what you hope for by loaning this money is to make more money, that doesn't earn dividends with Allah. But if you loan someone money and what you hope is you're loaning this person money because you want to marry their daughter, that doesn't earn dividends. If you loan someone money and you do so because you want people to say that you're rich and powerful, that doesn't earn dividends. But what you give as zakah, and here zakah, the official zakah is later. It comes in the Medina period. But what you put forward in your money to purify yourself before Allah, that does earn dividends with Allah. So, right within the issue of natural morality, does someone want to get the door? Right within the issue of natural morality is your relationship to money and material things. It's like saying, do not fool yourself if what you're putting forward is in order to earn more money, to earn privilege, to earn power, then that's not something that God rewards you for, or that God will take as an offering of zakah. Zakah meaning purifying your money, purifying yourself. But whatever you do with the proper intention, for Allah's sake, then that in fact does act like a purifier. فَأُولَٰئِكَ هُمْ الْمُضَاعِفُونَ. That those are the ones who truly are the winners. Okay. Then Allah goes back to remind you, often in tafsir books, they tell you that Allah returns to the issue of Allah's ability and Allah's creation and so on. But not quite. Look at what it says. So, after telling you this point about money, Allah الذي خلقكم ثم رزقكم ثم يميتكم ثم يحييكم هل من شركائكم من يفعل من ذلكم من شيء سبحانه وتعالى عما يشركون. So, in emphasizing this point about your relationship to material things, it's Allah knows that often our true act of shirk is in fact in relationship to money. That we often give money a quasi shirk or quasi partnership because it is the authority in our lives. And it comes and says, well, it is Allah that created you, Allah that brings you to life, and Allah that the rizq is from Allah. What you earn, what you have is from Allah. And that ultimately it is Allah who will take you away, and Allah who will resurrect you. But then they rather than plain and obvious point, if that is so, how can you have that attitude towards material possessions and towards money that you think that the main attitude towards money is that you are free to do with it what you wish, or that you are free to spend it in order to gain more profit, or in order to promote your ego or to promote yourself, rather than the main goal of money is zakah. Here, zakah is not alms again. The main goal of money in your hand is to purify yourself with your Lord. Purify yourself, meaning that as you, in fact, go about determining how you're going to handle this money, the attitude, the correct attitude, is that how can this money purify me, i.e. bring me closer to God? It's an utter complete paradigm shift. It is telling you, you look at your possessions, including of course money, as how can I use it to bring me closer to God? Not how can I use it to do whatever people want to do with money. Okay. And that is why right after this, right after that statement about the problem is that often people in relationship to material things is that they develop a shirk relationship with Allah. That it is, Allah is there, fine and good, but the one who calls the shots in real life is money and is material possessions. That's what defines values. And that's precisely what Surah Al-Rum is getting at, is that it cannot be that money defines your values. Then what follows this right away, ظهر الفساد في البر والبحر بما كسبت أيدي الناس ليذيقهم بعض الذي عملوا لعلهم يرجعون. So then it points your attention to, again, a point that should be obvious, that it is precisely the failure to heed God's natural law. It is precisely the failure to إيتاء ذي القربى حقه, and al-miskin and ذو السبيل, that to take care or to recognize the ethical norms that are naturally coded in existence. And especially this relationship with material things and materiality. What does it lead to? That fasad, corruption, explodes, and ظهر الفساد في البر والبحر. It's like saying corruption, it has spread everywhere, on earth and in the seas, by the deeds of people. And the commentary on that is that this corruption, the spread of this corruption, is that so people will see the consequences of their actions. Perhaps they will return to their Lord. Of course, this is 41. So, now if you are sitting receiving Surah Al-Rum, at the time you're receiving it, you are aware that the Sassanid Empire is very materialistic, very corrupt, with a remarkable amount of cruelty. The idea of that taking care of those who are close or relatives, and the miskin and the wayfarer and so on, doesn't exist. And the same can be said about the Byzantine Empire. But also the same can be said about Meccan society. And so you're sitting at this pivotal point. You are being told at this point, at a point in which you are persecuted, and most Muslims are destitute. It is preempting what it has told you already, that Muslims will be ultimately victorious, but it is preempting your ethical relationship with material things and with money by saying that, look, if you see corruption spread everywhere, know that the point is that, and corruption and cruelty, because definitely if you read the history of the Sassanids and the history of the Byzantines, the amount of cruelty in both empires is just horrendous. Reflect that this is by what human beings themselves have created, but that Allah is constantly, the divine position is the hope that people will return to Allah. And when you remember that you turn to Allah, everything in Surah Al-Rum so far, returning to Allah is not simply saying, I believe in Allah, but it is an entire ethical universe that comes with believing in Allah. Then you understand why that is cited as an antidote to the spread of corruption on the earth and in the seas. Because otherwise it doesn't make any sense. They're very corrupt, so what if they believe in God and continue on their way of life? Nothing will change in the corruption. But it is the fact that belief in God is interlinked with a natural law and a natural ethics coded in the universe. So, and that is reaffirmed in 42. قُلْ سِيرُوا فِي الْأَرْضِ فَانْظُرُوا كَيْفَ كَانَ عَاقِبَةُ الَّذِينَ مِنْ قَبْلِ كَانُوا أَكْثَرُهُمْ مُشْرِكِينَ. So, go ahead, reflect upon those that came before you. And you would expect that at this point it's going to say, that most of them were zalimeen, most of them were unjust, because that's what Surah Al-An'am told us. But instead what it says is that most of them were mushriks. Mushriks in the sense of what? Of the shirk. If you say most of them were mushriks without understanding the ethical message in it, then it wouldn't make sense. Then why is that fasad? Why is that destruction? When Allah already told us that an unjust party that doesn't believe will be given victory over, a just party that doesn't believe will be given victory over an unjust party that does believe. The point I'm emphasizing is the conception of shirk here. That shirk is selfishness. Shirk is egocentrism. Shirk is materialism. Shirk is the very philosophy of existentialism. When you say, I exist and there's no point, ultimately. All of that is within the philosophy of shirk. Okay. And then the reminder again, فَقِمْ وَجْهَكَ لِلدِّينِ الْقَيِّمِ مِنْ قَبْلِ أَنْ يَأْتِي يَوْمٌ لَا مَرَدَّ لَهُ مِنَ اللَّهِ يَوْمَئِذٍ يَصَّدَّعُونَ مَنْ كَفَرَ فَعَلَيْهِ كُفْرُهُ وَمَنْ عَمِلَ صَالِحًا فَلِأَنفُسِهِمْ يَمْهَدُونَ لِيَجْزِيَ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَعَمِلُوا الصَّالِحَاتِ مِنْ فَضْلِهِ إِنَّهُ لَا يُحِبُّ الْكَافِرِينَ. So, become aware of a Din al-Qayyim. Hold firm to, and then we said, although Din al-Qayyim is usually translated as the upright religion, which doesn't really give you any sense of meaning, right? But a Din al-Qayyim is I would translate it as the fully ethical religion. If you will, the religion with all the natural ethical values that the Quran imparts. That before, simply put, before it's too late. And of course, here it speaks in the singular, so it's as if it seems like it's talking to the Prophet ﷺ, but we know that when the Quran addresses itself to the Prophet, it is specifically addressing the Prophet and his followers. And the reminder that ultimately before the day where you bear the consequences of your actions. But again, the Quran goes back, as we've seen in every single surah so far, that the reminder, man kafara fa'alayhi kufru, that ultimately each person is responsible for their own beliefs. That element of volition, again, 46 and 47 and 48 is the Quran, quite often when the Quran makes an ethical point and then goes back to the point of creation and the reminder about Allah's relationship to creation, it is preparing or leading up for another ethical point. This is typical Quranic style. It goes back and forth like that. But anyway, so the reminder that it is Allah that has created the movement of winds, and the winds which are essential for the creation of clouds and the cycle of rain on earth, without which human life cannot exist. But within this notice 48, we've sent before you messengers to people, and فَانْتَقَمْنَا مِنَ الَّذِينَ أَجْرَمُوا, that ultimately we've punished those who have offended. وَكَانَ حَقًّا عَلَيْنَا نَصْرُ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ, and it is truly incumbent upon us, upon God, to give victory to the believers. I pause on this because how do we understand the issue of وَكَانَ حَقًّا عَلَيْنَا نَصْرُ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ, that it is incumbent upon us to give victory to believers? Best way to the Prophet ﷺ is asked about this verse, and what is reported is fascinating. So he said, ما من مسلم يرد عن عرض أخيه إلا كان حقا على الله أن يرد عنه نار جهنم. ثم تلا الآية وكان حقا علينا نصر المؤمنين. So the Prophet ﷺ says, the way that you understand this is that no Muslim, if a Muslim comes to defense of his brother, then it really becomes incumbent upon Allah to protect that Muslim from hellfire. So in other words, it is what you do to your fellow brothers and sisters in protecting them. يَرُدُّ عَرْضَ أَخِيهِ, and عَرْض أَخِيهِ here is the honor and dignity of his brother. Except that Allah will in fact then make your, what you pay forward in the way you deal with others, Allah rewards you in the hereafter. Now, this is a rather unexpected way of understanding this. وَكَانَ حَقًّا عَلَيْنَا نَصْرُ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ 47. Because you would think that what it's talking about is victory in battles. But in fact, the Prophet's commentary on it is that if you help your fellow brother and sister, then Allah will help you in turn, especially in the hereafter. Think about that. So, Allah's victory is ultimately, if you take Allah's message seriously, it is in upholding ethics, an ethical society in which people actually help each other. And in turn, Allah responds to that. It is not simply a matter of Allah being on your side in a battle, or not on your side, which then it completely syncs with the message of Surah Al-An'am, that Allah is with justice. And Allah is with an ethical society. So after Allah's reminder. And Allah says, look at my mercy, how I bring forth the dead land into life, meaning the growth of vegetation, the growth of life. And that this is the crux of understanding what Allah's relationship to creation. Allah is the bringer of life, and Allah is the resurrector of life, because that in Surah Al-Rum it is emphasized repeatedly. And that although life and resurrection, life, death, and resurrection is what Allah, it's a cycle in existence. And this I'm going to tie at the end, I'm going to tie it to the whole message of Surah Al-Rum, as you'll see. Is the very part of the cycle of existence itself. Human beings, their relationship to this cycle is often to become boisterous and arrogant when they have plenty, and to despair and when they don't have plenty. So this is again in 51. وَلَئِنْ أَرْسَلْنَا رِيحًا فَرَأُوهُ مُصْفَرًّا لَظَلُّوا مِنْ بَعْدِهِ يَكْفُرُونَ. That if the bounties that we give them are withdrawn, they despair. So, what is the conclusion to all of this? Note, فَإِنَّكَ لَا تُسْمِعُ الْمَوْتَى وَلَا تُسْمِعُ الصُّمَّ الدُّعَاءَ إِذْ وَلُّوا مُدْبِرِينَ وَمَا أَنْتَ بِهَادِيَ الْعُمْيَ عَنْ ضَلَالَتِهِمْ إِنْ تُسْمِعُ إِلَّا مَنْ يُؤْمِنْ بِآيَاتِنَا فَهُمْ مُسْلِمُونَ. So the conclusion to all of this, remember, you are not going to be able to get someone who is running away, mudbir, who turns away from you. They're like deaf and blind, and you are not going to be able to reach them. There are people who are simply unreachable. And in fact, this message, this entire ethical message, is for those who believe in our ayahs and are Muslim. So, in Surah Al-Rum, this ethical journey, it's like saying to the Prophet, don't expect that those who don't believe will understand what we're talking about. Those who are intent on being blind and deaf will remain so. But this is a core message for those who say they believe, those who are in fact Muslim. Because this is critical to the entire message of Surah Al-Rum. Let's stop for Maghrib and then come back. And after Allah's reminder that there are people that are unreachable. الله الذي خلقكم من ضعف ثم جعل من بعد ضعف قوة ثم جعل من بعد قوة ضعفا وشيبة يخلق ما يشاء وهو العليم القدير ويوم تقوم الساعة يقسم المجرمون ما لبثوا غير ساعة كذلك كانوا يؤفكون وقال الذين أوتوا العلم والإيمان لقد لبثتم في كتاب الله إلى يوم البعث فهذا يوم البعث ولكنكم كنتم لا تعلمون فيومئذ لا ينفع الذين ظلموا معذرتهم ولا هم يستعتبون ولقد ضربنا للناس في هذا القرآن من كل مثل ولئن جئتهم بآية ليقولن الذين كفروا إن أنتم إلا مبطلون كذلك يطبع الله على قلوب الذين لا يعلمون فاصبر إن وعد الله حق ولا يستخفنك الذين لا يوقنون. So after that message, the cycle on again that theme in Surah Rum, the cycle of life. Allah who creates human beings from nothing or from absolute weakness to strength, and from strength the process of aging, and from aging weakness again, and that يخلق ما يشاء. Allah creates whatever Allah wishes, and that the relativity of time in this, in that when the time comes, those, the offenders, those who have denied the message will swear that they have been, but it felt like but an hour has gone by from the point of their death till the hereafter. But those who have ilm and iman, those who have faith and knowledge, they will know that this is what, in fact, what Allah has promised all along. Okay. And then that Allah reminds us that this Quran, its messages or its method, its method is an anecdote, but it doesn't mean an anecdote, but it's lessons that we have given human beings, specific lessons in this Quran, purposefully and meaningfully, although those who do not believe, their reaction to these lessons will be basically a non-response, that non-comprehension. Okay. So ultimately, فاصبر إن وعد الله حق. Persevere because Allah's promise is true. ولا يستخفنك الذين لا يوقنون. And do not allow those, لا يوقنون means those who do not have certitude, those who do not have a firm, not just belief, but those who lack certitude. Do not allow their lack of certitude to seed doubt in your heart. Now, obviously, it is unthinkable that the Prophet ﷺ would be the one who would be affected by the lack of certitude of people. But it is not addressed, it's as often this Quranic style, although it's speaking in the singular form, it is actually speaking to you, to believers, in the singular form. That do not let the lack of certitude of others affect what you know to be true. So then we take a step back and we think of what did Surah Rum accomplish? and again in its specific period following Surah Al-An'am. So we know that Surah Al-An'am is the major surah that introduces the whole point of natural law and natural ethics. But Surah Al-Rum comes in and adds an element to what Muslims were not aware of, but what was going to become true, is that they were going to deal with the challenge of politics at what we today call a global scale, at a historical scale, because they were going to be making history. And the critical point that as you engage these events at a much larger scale, at what in our day we would say at a global scale, in their day they would say at an imperial scale. As you engage events at that level and at that scale, it is critical that you remain anchored in the awareness that the movement, the cycle of life itself is in Allah's hand. That no one just wins happenstance, and no one just loses happenstance. But this is all subject to Allah's will. But more than just subject to Allah's will, that Allah's will itself has set before you clear ethical paths and clear ethical laws. These ethical laws are as certain and as stable as fitra, as an instinct in all of human beings. That if you want to understand these ethical laws, do not just reflect about what we would call the geopolitics of your age, but reflect upon history and reflect upon the cycle of life and death. And you will find that in reflecting upon this, that indeed there are standards for why nations rise and why nations fall. They will always rise and fall in the same way that there's a cycle of life, birth, life, strength, weakness, and death, and then resurrection. That's a natural movement of things. But this movement of things, within it are stable ethical laws, and that people are undone by their own corruption, and that if you want to understand why things become corrupt, in Surah Al-An'am the focus was on justice. In Surah Al-Rum the focus is on relationship to the very concept of shirk. That when human beings start relating to material things as an ethical goal in and of themselves, and material things in fact define ethics, they become the definer of what's right and wrong. That's when corruption spreads and appears, and that's when ultimately the fall occurs by what people have earned. You want to understand the nature of your relationship to material things, then understand that it all comes from Allah, and it all is decreed and decided by Allah. The very material that you own is for Allah. And that if you own material things, then you should own them with an ethical understanding that they should be leveraged for their ethical purposes or spent in the way of Allah. And their ethical purposes is to take care of your kin, to take care of the destitute, and to take care of the wayfarer, or what we call today the refugees, and the travelers, and those who are without, displaced human beings. These are Zu Sabil, the people who are displaced in some form or another. And that attitude is not possible, that type of ethical attitude is not possible unless you anchor in your heart the temporality of life itself. That while there is a great strength and beauty to life, but ultimately it is a cycle, and it is a matter of time, that time itself is in Allah's control or Allah's management. And that this is all summed up by turning your face toward your Lord. It is like saying, make your moral being, your ethical character, derived from your relationship with God, not derived from your relationship to power or your relationship to material things. So, what is remarkable, there's a lot of things that are very striking about Surah Al-Rum, but most striking for me is the fact that it comes in and it makes clear that you as Muslims, as long as you are united over your belief in Allah and the ethical code that Allah teaches you, your disagreements are one thing, but it is when you start separating around these basic ethics is when you become truly a Shia. You are no longer one. Because the very concept of brotherhood, sisterhood, a single ummah is broken. And that for a people that are about to embark on the hijrah in a short span of time, it is among the surah of the Quran, it is the most that challenges existentialist attitudes, or attitudes that simply doesn't understand a point in life. And a warning that the surah ends with, that it is easy, even if you're Muslims, to start being affected in your ethical core if you allow the lack of certitude. And we'll see later on when in Medina, with the whole dynamic was the munafiqun, the hypocrites. If you allow those who lack certitude to make you question that basic ethical core upon which you unite as Muslims, and this we'll see affirmed again and again in Medina, especially as Muslims interact with people who were part of them, counted as part of them, but who were full of doubt about so many ethical issues that will confront Muslims. And then when you think back, when you encounter the challenges in Medina, and you think back of the message of Surah Al-Rum, you say, wow, so this is what it was warning them about. This is what it was telling them to be cognizant of and to not lose sight. Anyway, the last thing I'll just say as a historical point, although Muslims fell into political factionalism, what was very interesting is that certain morality and ethics, they did not fall into ethical factionalism, because certain morality and ethics remained core regardless of your political faction for a very long time. It was, the Umayyads could claim that they're entitled to rule over Ahlul Bayt and so on and so forth. But the Umayyads could not afford, or the Abbasids, or for a long time, everyone who was counted as legitimate in the Islamic playing field could not afford to ignore a basic ethical core to what Islamicity meant. And I see the biggest danger in the modern age is that the fracturing of that ethical core. When you find Muslims, as we saw, for instance, who support Donald Trump and say, well, his attitude about refugees and his Muslim ban or his ban of refugees, it doesn't matter. That shouldn't be a priority. That's a red alert that is of a whole different level. Far more important than whether you're Shia or Sunnah or whatever else. Walhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen.
Alhamdulillah, thank you so much for this unbelievable surah that, certain surahs hit you I always say at a moment, we reach a point where it just hits me so viscerally and it's like overwhelming. But this surah I felt was overwhelming at so many different levels. When we talk about, when we start putting the different surahs together too, I feel like there's this beautiful synchronicity. Like, I don't remember which surah it was, but when you talked about the idea of, if you believe in a God that's beautiful, why would you believe in any different kind of God? And then this surah comes and says, if you don't believe in something, so you basically, if you came from nowhere and you're going nowhere, then you're basically nothing and you're just a random event. Mm-hmm. You put that together and then you think, okay, so clearly I would choose a beautiful God over no God or a God that's not beautiful. And then you think about fitra and the message of this surah, and the fitra is something that God has given to Muslims and non-Muslims. And so this beautiful idea that this is not just a fitra of Islam, it's a fitra of creation and human beings, and something that is inherently decent and that everyone can pull from, is born with, doesn't need necessarily education or anything, but you have it within you. And I've heard you say so many times, you have within you what it takes to find God and connect with God. And just the idea that, you know, how can we, like when we're listening to this, for me, when I listen to this halakha, and it talks about even like the idea of turning your money to become a vehicle for how you become closer to God. And you know, we live in a time where everything is about profit, everything is about commercialization, everything is about money, and completely turning that on its head. I mean, I feel really grateful that it's like, you know, even among these other, you know, the categories that the Quran lays out, it's like, you know, we have a lot of people that support the work we do. We've talked obviously about how right now, you know, the battlegrounds are in the battle of ideas and, you know, Islamophobia and all of this. And so I feel really blessed that there are you know, there's a small group of people that support us, and you know, we get, you know, people who donate, you know, $20 every day, $5 here, $10 there. You know, these are like donations of love because they recognize that what we're trying to do is allow people to reach the Quran and understand, like, you know, when we get this kind of learning and it helps us to understand the world and understand our role in it and what even our beautiful God wants for everyone, whether we're Muslim or not. I feel really blessed that this work is a way that, you know, we can contribute to helping others hopefully find God and find this beautiful message. So part of this is just also saying thank you to everyone who has supported this work, because I don't know how can, if you can't access the Quran as a Muslim and you can't understand what the message was supposed to tell us, you know, how to live our lives and how to think about life and everything like that, if you can't access that knowledge, how can you live and find beauty and elevate and find purpose and meaning? So thank you to everyone who supported that. And then you know, like after a while, you think back to Muslim spaces and people who are willing to fall on their sword over whether a woman wears hijab or not, or whether, you know, this technicality of law is the right one or the wrong one, or even you just, you know, pop on any social media thing and you like listen to Muslims and you read what they are talking about and you're like, oh my God, this is so far away from everything that matters. So, alhamdulillah, you know, just, you know, to share that this knowledge is just life transforming and stunning. I feel that we're so blessed to be here to receive it, and so thank you. Should we take a moment to have people send their questions through? Okay, so let's take just a quick, 5 minute, so we can, people can send through their questions, and then we'll start the Q&A, and be back. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. If anybody wants to adopt Surah Room and use their money to get closer to God, Surah Room is available. So let me just put that out there. And actually, I should ask you about the dhikr for the surah.
Oh yeah, this is yeah. Go ahead. I'll
Okay. Cheyenne, do you want to start us off?
Sure.
All right.
Thank you so much, Sheikh. It feels like if this is very late in the Meccan period, and especially after Surah Al-An'am, which is very, I assume, difficult and dense, probably even for the Sahaba at the time. Part of me just imagines or feels that people were at their wits' end at this point. And had the feeling that there's just no way, like yes, I believe in this ethical message and I believe in this ethical core of justice, etc., etc. And yes, we're not supposed to be politically pragmatic, but there's no way out of this hellhole for us. It's kind of like, I get the feeling that that's probably what it felt like, or what it would feel like. And then this surah just opens up with the strangest reference to, modern times. Rome has fallen. And in the unlikeliest scenario, they're going to completely change it around and come back and win. Which is kind of like usually it feels like the Quran usually it feels like we do a little bit of gymnastics to try to say like the Quran is making predictions, but this is like a very clear situation. So I wanted to ask, is this one of the rare times where the Quran does maybe offer a little bit of consolation if you're looking closely, in that really the message being, and this is what I feel that you were saying, is the message being that it all can change, in a heartbeat. Just do your job, and not only like because it usually was open-ended in other surahs. Do your job, maybe you win, maybe you lose. But this was a story of clear, it seems clear that you will lose, and there's no way to win, and yet you will win, many times over.
Yeah, that's right. But the dhikr, by the way, is 17 and 18. And I think it was taken that way because the narrative about Abu Bakr and his bet with Ubay, whether authentic or not, but what it clearly, because there's so many different reports, what it clearly indicates is that Muslims took this as a message that they are, for the first time, the Quran is going through and saying, you will be happy with God's victory. That God will give you victory and you will be happy. And so, of course, that was subject to a great amount of ridicule by the Meccans, because it was not even in the, conceivable. After all, the Meccans said, well, you can go to Medina as long as you leave all your possessions behind. But what you find in the Seerah is Surah Al-Rum gave Muslims a certain degree of jubilance and confidence. But what also Surah Al-Rum then, in part where it says لِلَّهِ الْأَمْرُ وَالْقَبْلُ وَالْبَعْدُ, that it's all up to Allah. And although you see the party appear victorious and dominant right now, Allah knows what's going to transpire, and in fact that party is going to be losing. And that confidence in being in Allah's hands, Allah knows what the results are. But at the same time, which is the dhikr of the surah, that the instruction to tie their entire rhythm in life to their relationship with Allah. That subhanallah, حين تصبحون حين تمسون, subhanallah when you begin your day and you end your day, walhamdulillah when you begin your day and you end your day. And this entire, and this is what strikes you the most about the Muhajirun, or the party that did the Hijrah, is that they living with the Prophet's example is that they very much tied their entire existence to a close relationship with Allah, and as a result, I believe would have accepted whatever came from Allah as, and that's what the Quran trained them for. I mean, prepared them for. So I think, yeah, the Surah Rum had a very personal message to them that there will be victory. At the same time, gave them that sense of confidence that it's all in Allah's hand, which is the type of confidence that gives tranquility and repose and serenity to a real believer. Someone who reaches that level of thinking of Allah the first thing when they wake up, think of Allah the last thing when they go to sleep. Allah is constantly on their mind. They reach that level of serenity because it's whatever Allah brings us it's all the same to them. And that relationship also to material things, because that would have been the level of financial sacrifice that the Muhajirun did before the Hijrah is unthinkable unless your entire attitude towards material things has been adjusted. I mean, you're leaving behind your home, your property, everything you've known, just for a belief system. That's saying a lot.
Any questions?
I think it's very interesting that in the context of your approach to the surah, the verses on choosing a partner on marriage it can seem a little bit out of context, or out of place, or random, I think is a better way of putting it. But what I'm wondering is two parts. Number one, when it says partners, is it only talking about marriage, or could it be argued that it's also talking about friendship or other types of partnership? And the other one is kind of what I am turning over in my mind as what might be the connection or how that fits into the surah, is that that if it is just only in relation to marriage, that might make sense because it's such an integral part of the fabric of society. And nowadays, it's especially in Arab cultures, I don't think as much in other, like Indonesian culture or South Asian cultures, it's not as prevalent, but it's almost like gospel that the partner you choose, it's like men get married at 40, the women get married young. And the men get married at 40 because they're providers and they need to be a doctor or an engineer or a lawyer or have some job of equivalence so that they can provide. But it seems it's almost ironic because it's basically your security has to be based in the God of the empire. Bring that to the table and then I'll build my partnership on that. And it almost seems as if the normalization now is that the institution of marriage is one that is based on something that is fundamentally shirk, rather than finding someone who brings mercy and affection and has their security based on Allah. And that, to me, if marriage is such an integral part of the fabric of society, I know there's a lot of other Muslim circles that actually do talk about this, and there are a lot of good discussions around it. But I feel like it's something that's so important in one way that people can really get honest about what their values are and what they're actually worshiping through their actions and through their intentions.
Yeah, I mean, the ayah says, خلق لكم من أنفسكم أزواجا. That an azwaj here, the form seems to indicate clearly marriage and not just any partnership. But the reason it's not out of place because it's talking about what I refer to the natural morality. So it says that as it addresses the issue of partnership based on companionship and mercy and mawadda and kindness and companionship. And this is right before it reminds us that part of the natural morality is diversity and difference. So it's like saying, understand that, power, the rise and fall of power is in God's hands. And understand that there is a supreme being who ultimately owns this universe and is responsible for this universe. But then it comes sort of what is the natural order that you should be concerned about? Is partnership, companionship, accepting the differences among people as natural and as part of God's plan. And then before it goes on to the other ethical messages. So it actually is, it's like saying, being in relationships based on kindness and based on companionship is critical. Accepting, it's like someone, summarizing the morality that is needed for life. Accepting diversity and differences in languages and culture and colors and race is part of what makes you a good human being. Accepting that you have an obligation to help the needy is what makes you a good human being. And the hadith of the Prophet about that part of what makes you a good human being is how you treat your family. I mean, that's really the core moral thing, is that if your family what your family experiences from you is something other than mawadda wa rahma, other than companionship, fraternity, friendliness, and compassion, then you're not an ethical human being. Then you lack ethical core. If you don't accept diversity, and if you're, you don't like the fact that foreigners speak different languages, or that you're not comfortable with all the races that exist, you lack ethical integrity. If you think you don't owe an obligation to take care of your relatives, or to take care of the poor, or to take care of those who are displaced or are homeless, then you lack ethical integrity. So Surah Al-Rum is defining our relationship to our existence, but it's also explaining to us what you need for ethical integrity, what you need for the fitrah. And critically, it says that, in the way I understand Surah Al-Rum is that if your relationship to your family is basically, to go around flouting your power and your authority, then that's not fitrah, that's culture. That, what we call patriarchy and misogyny and things like that, that's not fitrah, that's culture. The ones that makes you so, distant within a family and sexist and etc., etc. But I think the point that you also bring is really critical because, yes, it is a form of shirk absolutely, it is a form of shirk that you say, well, my first thing that I look out for is instead to find a real companion, a friend, because mawadda is friendliness. I mean, literally friendliness. To be a good friend it's friendship and compassion. I want my partner to be a source of, first, financial security. And that is shirk. And it is sad that you find it far more common among Muslims than other cultures. So the irony is Muslim cultures have become more shirky than non-Muslim cultures. Among young Jewish people or among even young Christian people, you find a lot of people who, the issue of financial security it's actually, they consider it a little bit demeaning for a woman to think, oh, I've got to marry someone who will take care of me financially. She considers it beneath her, degrading to her. And she wants a companion. Among Muslims, somehow, we've ignored what the Quran said about the institution of marriage, mawadda wa rahma, and focused on the hadith literature that talks about the duty of the husband to spend or support. So again, we've put law before morality because we jumped on the legal commandments that were designed to make sure that women at an age, at a time and a place where women often were not employed and were not employable. So the legal commandments were designed to say, okay, well, we need to make sure that women don't become destitute because that's a problem. Because then the only solution for a woman was to go into prostitution, and that's what happened when women did go into prostitution, is that there was no family member to take care of them, so they go into prostitution. We've turned the law into the entire morality. And so every Muslim woman now thinks of, well, does my husband provide for me? And frankly, it disturbs me that non-Muslims have the correct ethical attitude of, no, I want someone who respects me and someone who is an equal to me and someone who is a companion. While Muslims have that shirky attitude of, I don't trust that Allah will take care of me, so I've got to make sure that I trust that my husband will take care of me. I mean, yeah, that's just, and it will take, that's why we need an ethical revolution in our thinking. That's why we have to go back to the Quran, because we've largely marginalized the ethics of the Quran. And I know people who haven't even read the Quran, leave alone study the Quran, leave alone memorize the Quran. but they will spend their time reading hadith, which is mind-boggling. I mean, you're not even qualified. Hadith is very historically contingent. I don't think just a layperson should sit there and just read hadith, because hadith is historically contingent. It needs a teacher. But remarkably, that's what we've done with our religion. I mean, but I say that because it is usually these positive legal commandments about who should, and it's not a matter of men should support. It's a matter of making sure that there is a social welfare system in society. And this is the way that the social welfare system worked. The morality of the law has to adapt to the age. And our social welfare system, in terms of men provide for women, has resulted in very sexist attitudes and in a lot of very unhappy homes. We need to rethink our ethics, to say the least.
Okay. Last call on questions here. All right. This is a question from Hala, the interactive group. Does fitra only refer to good natural intuitions of human beings? What is the take on the idea that less ideal tendencies also exist in a human's original disposition? Things like jealousy, greed, etc.
Yeah. Normally, fitra, it refers to, and the word instinct is not a good translation, because instinct, it's sort of biologically what is part of who we are, including good or bad. While fitra refers to intuition, and intuition usually, the English word, doesn't refer to negative things. It refers to positive things, to what's intuitive. So, jealousy, we don't say jealousy is intuitive, but it would say jealousy is instinctive. Fitra is like intuition. It's the part of us that gravitates towards the ethical. Hawa is more like instinct, meaning all the urges within you. That's your hawa, that's what is instinctively in you, and what you are then supposed to confront and reform. So, of course, we have a lot of things that are biologically encoded in us, and they serve some good function under certain circumstances. So even something like jealousy, it's an instinct in us that, if channeled in the right way, could lead us to challenge one another to become better human beings. It could drive a healthy competitive attitude where we try to do our best, so we don't feel belittled before others. It could help in keeping commitment between partners alive, so that they don't start drifting and getting attracted to other things or other people. But Hawa, by its nature, unless directed towards what is healthy, is usually destructive. Unlike fitra, which is intuition, where you are actually, the intuitive is what is naturally good. This is sort of roughly how they translate and the dynamics to which they point.
Okay, I think this is a question from Omar on the interactive group. Is it shirk to believe that humans play a negotiative role in defining morality with Allah? I've come to believe that while the source of moral ideals comes from Allah, it is human experience that gives morality its fullest texture and makes the divine ideals relevant to us.
No, it's not shirk. Actually, I've written on this, and better intellects like Suhrawardi, for instance, when he talks about the Ittihad al-Aql wal-Ma'qul. Suhrawardi, who's a marvelous philosopher, how do I put it? That consciousness is constantly between the perceiver and the perceived are constantly making each other, and that consciousness is constantly engaged in a creative process, and it forms and is in turn formed. And what Suhrawardi argues, and there are, like Mullah Sadr also talks about the idea of Ittihad al-Aql wal-Ma'qul, that there are the moral precepts, the ethical precepts, are constant but broad. But moral precepts gain their conceptualization from the dynamic between the aql, the rational agent, and the ma'qul, what the rational agent perceives. And it is, so for instance, generosity, it is an ideal, it's a moral precept or ethical precept. But how we define generosity will vary from age to age because of the dynamic between the rational agent and what is rationalized upon. Same thing with, let's say, the idea of mercy. You know, it might have been merciful in bygone ages or in one age to, instead of throwing someone in prison, because prisons at a certain age were infested with rats, snakes, scorpions. People went to the bathroom where they lived. The idea of running toilets didn't exist. So, you know, if you jailed someone, you have 20 people being held in effectively a dungeon where they poop and eat and do everything in the same spot. So it would have been much more merciful if you caned someone 10 lashes than put them in prison. But the idea of compassion and the relationship between al-aql wal-ma'qul can come together to redefine what mercy means in a different age, where, you know, it might become much more merciful to put someone in prison than lash them 10 lashes or 20 lashes or whatever. And it is remarkable that, again, we had philosophers like Suhrawardi and Mullah Sadra who centuries ago, you know, made sufficient progress philosophically to see this very clearly in the way they understood God's morality. But again, the Islamic tradition is largely ignored. um, if you actually knew how many Muslims write on the great philosophers of Islam, um, the best scholars on Islamic philosophy are not Muslims. I mean, that's just the reality. Um, and a lot of what Muslims write is just very formulaic, very descriptive. Um, I saw recently a book by Frank Griffel, who is a professor at Yale, a book upon, writing about 1 century in the history of Islamic philosophy. I was just, your heart breaks because I was reading through it and saying, and it's very impressive work, I have to admit. I mean, really impressive. But then you think, well, how many Muslims can write a book like that in the age we live in? And that's sad to see.
Okay, this is back to the question about marriage and diversity. What advice can the Sheikh give for spouses that have different ethical and moral priorities? What if one spouse focuses on legalities over ethics and the other focuses on ethics over legalities? Thank you for your support.
Yeah, this is where precisely, at least the element of mawadda, I mean, it starts coming into serious trouble. If you can't have mawadda in your life, in other words, friendship, if you can't be a friend, and friendship is often more meaningful than when we say love, because love sometimes can be just your heart reacts to someone with acceptance, and you cherish that person for better or for worse. And but friendship is a very, it's it's building a synchronicity between the souls and between personalities that takes a lot of work, and that is very special. So if you can't have friendship, then at a minimum insist on compassion. That, okay, we can't see eye to eye, but what you owe me and what I owe you is a level of empathy towards one another. So a level of compassion, level of mercy between us that allows us to overlook what we disagree on and still be very decent to each other. If you can't have that, then, and unfortunately I know a lot of people who are married don't even have that, neither friendship nor compassion. Then it's a troubled relationship. And I'm not saying, get a divorce, because the crux of the matter, to be honest with you, when people come to me and say I don't have friendship or compassion between me and my spouse, and there's no children, I say, okay, fine, get a divorce. When children are involved, then I have to think of the rights of the children. And that becomes a different ballgame, because, children, you bring children to the world, it's not their fault. And they suffer the consequences of a broken family, and again, it's not their fault. But if there are many situations where I felt that there's just, I've talked to husbands and wives, and one of either the husband or the wife, depending, I just find unreachable. Like, whatever's in their head is in their head, and you can't change them. and for whatever reason, divorce is not possible or not desirable, or they just don't want to get a divorce, whatever the reason. And I just had situations where I've advised usually the party that wants a closer relationship with Allah, and I say, marry God. Just focus all your attention and energy on your relationship with Allah, because that's the only salvation. That's the only consolation in existence. I don't know. I'm gonna say this, although I know I'm gonna get into, I already get into a lot of trouble with Muslims, but what's ethical is ethical. Muslim women should never surrender their body sexually just to perform a duty. That's not part of the equation. And I find that leaves deep scars and bitterness that then comes to the surface in the relationship and prevents the formation of any form of friendship or companionship. Anyone that tells you the famous hadith attributed to the Prophet that if you say no to your spouse, the angels curse you and stuff like that, this is fabricated. It's completely without basis, and it's unethical. If there's no compulsion in religion, there's no compulsion in sexual relations either.
Okay, last question. I know we're just about out of time, but I thought this was important. Salam, I suffer from complex trauma and my life is miserable. I am afraid that if I ask God and He solves my problems, that I might become arrogant and forget about God at the same time. My life is too miserable, bad enough to basically commit suicide. I can't live like that, but this hardship makes me remember God a lot. I'm afraid I might forget about God if all my problems are solved. How do I not forget God? How do I keep God in my life even without hardships like mine?
Don't stay in misery. Just don't that. I assure you that even if God solves all your problems, if God knows that God knows your heart. And if you start to drift away from God, I can tell you with absolute confidence, God will send a hardship or two your way to bring you back. Don't worry about that. And if in fact your problems are resolved, then you set, it's as simple as, let's say right now, because in your hardship you pray X amount of sunnah, you commit yourself, you promise yourself that regardless of what happens in your life, you're going to continue to pray X amount of sunnah, that if things are better, you're not going to start praying less. And that usually will keep the reminder that I've committed myself because things were much worse. But if you're talking about things are so miserable that you can't, no, you should pray to Allah to alleviate your hardship and your pain. And that level of misery is not healthy in your relationship with Allah. Allah doesn't want us to come to Allah as broken human beings. Allah wants us to come and thrive in Allah. In other words, the best relationship with Allah is that when you are with Allah and you are happy because you are with Allah, not you are with Allah because you're so miserable that you need to cling on. There's nothing wrong with that, but it is not what we strive for. What we strive for is to be fully healthy, fully liberated, fully ethical, fully moral, and with Allah. And that's the real strength of faith. You know, it's easy to be on the crashing plane and to beg and plead with God and then say, oh, I'm close to God. No, it's much better when you can actually arrive safely to your destiny and still remember God every step you take. And that's just a matter of habit. A lot of times people who've led very miserable lives, they can't imagine how it could be that they have a relationship with God if they're not miserable. But if you work on your iman and your iman is strong, you will have a relationship with God, even if you're not miserable. It's just that the nature of that relationship will become different. It just becomes different. You know, it just has a very different taste to it. But you know, when you say something like that, I can't help but feel like I want to pray to Allah to alleviate your suffering. Because no human being should feel like, you know, I'm to the point that I want to commit suicide. That's not what Allah wants from us.
Inshallah, may Allah make everything easier.
Ya Rabb, may Allah make everything easier upon you and upon all of us, inshallah.
Okay, well, thank you everyone for being with us for another wonderful session. Thank you, Sheikh, for this incredible surah, and may we all learn and internalize the lessons that you shared. And everyone should have a wonderful weekend, and hopefully you can join us again on Tuesday. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
To see you.